walls and the ceiling keep crashing down on you. I got a feeling like you. I'm free, so what am I to do? You keep on hitting the walls and the ceiling keep crashing down on you. Checking your phone for you. Trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me back now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the only, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, you can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable Auto Pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain a rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Ghetto Boy goes down. The nade throws the backline. He finds one and it's shot.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
It's time to kick off day 3 here in week 2 of the PMSL EMEA. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we have had a great start to the week. We are going to be ploughing on in with plenty more PUBG Mobile action in the coming hours. So make sure that you stay locked in because we're going to be right here with you, Blank.
All the way, all the way. We're never stopping. We're never giving up. We're here with you to the end, which is the finals in a couple of weeks' time. But obviously, we're heading into day 3 now. More than halfway through the week, obviously, with Team Spirit putting up a lot of points here. But big old congratulations to Heroic, who've done fantastically well, which you can find out more about over on our socials, which you can find down below on the screen right now. PUBG Mobile Europe official over at YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram.
Absolutely. Make sure you're heading over there, checking all of that out so that you can stay fully up to date with everything. We're going to be taking a look at the prize pools in just a moment. We've got a lot of money on the line for these teams, and the top 16 will be moving into the finals for a chance to get their slice of that $227,500 that is going to be on offer over there. A lot of goodies to pick up along the way. We've got show matches, we've got player bonuses for individual achievements, we've got match chicken dinner rewards as well coming on through, so making sure that you're getting as much as you can on that front is always good news. All of that added up together, 400k. That's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money here on the line for these players. Just under half a mil with 55k at the top, first place over in the finals prize pool, and 5k for just making it over here. So a nice chunk of extra cash just to get up towards that 16th place in terms of league ranking points, because at the end of this 3 weeks, we will be getting rid of 4 of these teams who did not make it to the top 16. Checking out our calendar up next, which is how everything will be going down over the next couple of weeks. We are in PMSL EMEA week 2. Week 1 is finished. If you didn't catch it, you can go catch it up over on YouTube or any of your other preferred platforms. But we are currently making our way through the Saturday and Sunday tomorrow. But right now we're playing out Friday's games, and it will be 11th, 12th, and 13th for all accumulate for those finals.
Ooh, it's getting closer as well to divvying out the second set of league bonus points. Let's take a look at our teams that will be playing today. They're at the bottom, Group D, sitting out at the moment. Power, Footballers Chaos, IWNRX, and Heroic. 2 big names right now this week who will not be taken to the battlefield, so an opportunity to try and catch up their tally. We will continue to see Team Spirit taking on the rest of the lobby as well, though. That is a pretty rough group in Group C, I think it's safe to say, for Brute Force versus Pro Falcons, having Team Spirit in there where they weren't performing super hot last week. This week, they are a titan in this one, and you can see that on our overalls as we head on over to the standings. Let's take a look. Right at the top, of course, is Team Spirit.
Yeah, 138 points. It's not bad at all. But I mean, for Virtus Pro as well as Brute Force, neither of them are doing too shabbily in their games. I mean, Brute Force in 5th place right now with 70 points, and Virtus Pro not far behind at 5-point differential. Same to Power, 65 points to them. So every single one of the teams in Team Spirit's group is on that first page, which is very important to take note of. Heroic and IWRX will not be playing today, so both the 2nd and 3rd place in the podium will be out. And like you said, John, this is a great opportunity for the teams underneath them to try and catch up a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a good chance for them to try and clamber on up there. Sorry, I thought I accidentally closed out of my connection to the stream there, but we're good. We're locked back in. Yeah, Trovo 2030 on this page, as well as Zeus, the highest 2 performing teams with 6 matches played. S2G dropping down behind Zeus, but just ahead of Trovo 2030 for the time being. And then we start to get into some more dastardly scrapes here, especially with Falcons. They are the last team in that group with Team Spirit. Team Spirit, Falcons, Virtus Pro, as well as Brute Force. So being down in 18th may be a little bit of a symptom of that. Not ideal. 28 points they've been able to get on 12 matches, and they are currently our worst performing on average, I believe.
And I mean, at least 8 of those points come from just killing Brute Force over in Severny, which is sort of amusing. But with that, look at that. Team Spirit actually getting up towards second place at the moment. Maybe, potentially, they can continue this kind of performance, get themselves a direct invite just from the PMGC points alone. But IWNRX retake the throne there at the top spot with 919 points, with Brute Force tied with Team Spirit. So realistically, right now, it's those 3 teams that are battling out.
Yeah, with a 28-point difference between Team Spirit and Brute Force, all the way up to IWNRX. This is definitely all to play for when you consider that we've still got 2 more days here and next week's games to play out as well. There is a lot of points still left to earn as we drop down and take a look further down the tables. Very unlikely that any team on this page is able to make it. I think it's bordering on mathematical impossibility, even if not improbable.
Yeah, again, for all these teams underneath, because they've had either bad performances over in spring or just have not competed in spring, you have this awkward scenario where they just don't have the points to total up towards that big old 900 point standing. It would be fairly impossible and require basically them to do something that no one's ever done in a lobby like this before, and also IWRX to basically say, yeah, we're just going to sit out the rest of the games.
I mean, it would be quite nice. I imagine that we're going to see 1,000 points potentially broken on those tables as well. Let's take a look at a head-to-head between Zeus and Trovo 2030. These are, of course, our 2 highest performing teams with 6 matches played, and they are fairly neck and neck, but Zeus definitely leaning more heavily on those elims, and they are slightly ahead in the tables, whereas Trovo 2030 going a little bit more down the placements route.
It's not by a lot, though. 0.5 eliminations, but I mean, over 6 games, that does add up. 3 eliminations, technically. But yeah, for average placements-wise, I prefer to see Trovo 2030 making it to 22 minutes 52. If you think about the fact that 24 minutes is roughly a top 3. Funnily enough, it's that 1 extra minute which is making such a big difference. So Trovo 2030 just need to get through that last little stage, and then they'll be earning so many more points. And speaking of earning points, let's take a look at the maps that they will be playing to get those points on. We'll be starting off with Sanhok into Erangel, followed by 2 more into 2 extra Miramars to cap off our day. So we are chunking it out here.
There is, of course, the very secret TDM that sits in the middle of the day. Nobody knows about it, but it's definitely happening. It was, I believe, Team Spirit getting the call out again. Nomi, I believe, was on that one, or have I just misremembered that entirely? Yesterday, either way, we did have Team Spirit winning their TDM. Convincingly, not quite, but still doing quite well. Let's head on over to focus on the Sanhok, though, because we have 5 teams top performing at the top here. IWNRX, who are not playing today, they are taking the bench for the 1 day out that they have this week. Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, Brute Force, and Trovo 2030 all will be in, and they are our top performers here.
It is interesting that Virtus Pro still makes it in towards this top side, despite consistently taking that fight with RCB and now getting shut down by Trovo 2030 over on the hilltop that looks down towards Painan. So again, for RCB, I am annoyed that they continue to go for this push, and I think Virtus Pro has certainly proven themselves enough at this point to be a case of we probably shouldn't drop on top of them. It's not working out for either of us anymore. This is feeling more and more like a grudge match than anything else.
Certainly has been a little bit messy from time to time, but we'll see if it's going to extricate itself from being as problematic for them. Interesting to see how many more placement points on average Brute Force has been able to get. Maybe that's a symptom there. And that depleted average survival time at the bottom for Virtus Pro. So some swings and roundabouts on that one, but Virtus Pro bolstering that with those eliminations on the flip side, with, of course, the engagements that you were talking about in Painan. Hopefully, they're going to be able to get away from this one, because both Virtus Pro and RCB playing today. Do they go for a backup drop? Does it finally extract itself? Does it finally stop from happening?
Like I said, you don't even need a backup drop. It's just drop on the other side of Painan. It's as simple as that. You both just play cautiously. If you manage to grab a pickup, maybe in terms of a knock, you can potentially try and follow up on that. Right now, we're looking at our head-to-head between the two best players in the lobby at the moment, which is kind of a big... This is in week 2 only, but if you look at Nomi, 7,340 damage compared to Jafar's 3,200, you can see just how much Nomi has popped off this week. It has been an incredible showing from him.
It certainly has. I mean, this is really quite an impressive difference, over doubling the damage numbers there. For Team Spirit, I mean, this is a lot, I think, in part due to day 1. If I'm not mistaken, Nomi was able to do so much in day 1, not quite as much in day 2, but still a very large amount. Yeah, almost 4,000 damage came through in day 1 from Nomi, and 22 of those eliminations as well. And then he backed it up in day 2, with the rest of it taking 3,500. So only a 500 damage drop off, to be fair, and a 14 elim day is still incredibly strong. I was, in fact, enough to earn him the MVP spot. So we'll be going into today feeling nice and strong, or hopefully he will anyway. But Heroic not going to give that up too easily, because a lot of that team is performing quite highly.
Yeah, unfortunately, we won't get to see them today, though, so I'll have to bring that mojo to the table tomorrow and hopefully unleash the beast. For now, the beast is caged. You can find out more about that beast over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Head on over there if you'd like to learn a little bit more about what has been caged and what is about to be unleashed in these games.
All right, let's get it off the chain and see what we can find over on Sanhok. Virtus Pro, they're gearing up for a hot drop. You can tell, it's going to be hot. Take the jacket off, cool off a little bit, because it's about to get spicy, I'm sure. They're ready for it. Will they have an opponent this time?
Yep, just drop on the other side. That's all I ask, RCB. That's all I ask.
That's all you want. That's
really not even a big adjustment to be made. It's a really small adjustment, actually. But unfortunate.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they've got to focus up. That's what the cameraman's telling us.
Whoa. I like it. Trovo 2030. A lot more animated than S2G, seemingly. There's a little bit of somber atmosphere across some of these teams. Zeus, one of our highest performing 6-match team right now. They're going to want to keep that record rolling. Na'Vi seem to have stolen Team Spirit's way of doing things over towards this week. Has not been as strong as they would have liked. If you want to see our best teams from EMEA and around the world competing for the title of Global Champion, then you need to grab a ticket for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship at the end of this year. Scan the QR code. There's a 40% discount. That is right, 40% of that ticket price just gone. It's almost free. Well, not quite. 60% of the price there, and that discount is available. Make sure you grab that early bird discount so you're not wasting any time locking that one in. All the information on the QR code that has now disappeared, but you can scroll back in the VOD and make sure that you catch that one as well. As we head into our first match of the day, it is Sanhok.
The QR code will return later, but right now, like John says, it is Sanhok on your screens. Getting ready to get in towards that plane path and zoom across the island of Sanhok itself. And we'll see exactly what these players can get done here, starting things off strong. Obviously, Painan right now, very easy to get over towards. The plane drops directly across it. If I was a smart man on Trovo 2030, I'd probably immediately, like I did yesterday, set a player over to gauge interest over towards the location of Painan, see what's going down between Virtus Pro and RCB.
Twisted Minds out on the west side of that northwestern island. Na'Vi dropping around the ruins. Guild maybe going further down the west coast. Could be trouble with Enigma Galaxy there, but they're used to being neighbors. Team Spirit over to Boot Camp. Brute Force going to go further out north. I think that's S2G. Going to potentially head out to Paradise Resort. No, Brute Force are just going to stick to Cow and tap Mock on that split. RCB and Virtus Pro are indeed in Painan. It is going to get messy. The question is, have they managed to separate across that river? And October 2030 going to do something about it. Moving in, though, to the south side, I think Black Esports have taken a fight with Vibes.
Yeah, straight away this is over towards the northeast side as opposed to just heading down towards Bantai. Again, there seems to be a really aggressive posing for vehicles early on in these games. It can be a little bit questionable. Circle sends all the way up towards that north side. Again, I would say this is another good game for Trover 2030 to potentially get rid of some of the players that are down towards that south side. It's what gave them such a good showing yesterday on Sanhok, which was just getting rid of a lot of the players that were traveling in from the south.
I don't think you get Victor back up. Oh. There we go. He's plucked his last string on that one. We'll get rid of the music. We're in with the game. Black Esports taking care of Victor. Mazzaro as well. They lost Lewis early on, which is a little bit unfortunate given that they are certainly the winners of this engagement on the south side, but they'll be happy to have survived it nonetheless. They have 3 points on the board, and they are chasing Vibes right now. Vibes now 1 point ahead with the elimination that they were able to secure. So they are maintaining that lead, but I think it's going to be difficult for Brute to get too much further. Hopping over towards Painan. Nobody's gone down just yet, and Blank, your wish was not fulfilled, unfortunately. They are both still on the north side.
Yeah, and I think for RCB, you look at this, and it's just they're caged into a corner now. There's not a lot of exit routes for them. If you send out towards that north side, you're opening yourself up for sight lines. The team's on that northern edge. But yeah, it's just a really grim way to play Sanhok. And the only reason I can see it happening is because they're just posturing for finals. Because Painan's by no means a bad spot to take at all. So if one or two of these teams can force the other out, it makes a lot of sense. And I say that the onus is on RCB because they are the ones that have lost the most engagement versus Virtus Pro. In the meantime, it is Na'Vi up against Guild. 11 does get flushed away.
And Exa got knocked as well, and flush. So 2 players down for Na'Vi. I thought it was good on the opener. They did manage to get a knock and a flush, and another knock over towards Guild. They had all 4 of their players alive, but they just get spotted on the cross angles. Painan now is popping off. Bishke spotted, flushed as well. So Virtus Pro losing first blood over towards RCB on their engagement in the middle of the map. It's going to be tough to come back from that one. The off angle from RCB across the river now is full gravy on the points. They can just play that as a bonus. IC playing close, could get naded out. It's dangerous. 3 hot drops on Sanhok, and it continues to be a really brutal early map.
Yeah, it's hyper aggressive, and honestly, for Team Spirit, it's so good for them. Just being able to immediately send up towards that north side with absolutely no contestation because everyone else is stuck in engagements. Koa goes down, no Loxy should flush him.
Doesn't manage to sneak the pellets around the edge there, and Koa does go down fully. Icy still on the top floor. Malloy over on the staircase. They're trying to find some sort of retribution, right? That is the name of the game here. Trying to get a point, 2 points, 3 points would be great in this fight because you know you're very unlikely to be winning this one out fully. Icy wants to posture for a spray down. Spots Azel on the rooftop. Could potentially find an angle there, but not quite going to find it. Oh my goodness me. Sliver of him shows, and Icy's ready for it. Virtus Pro picking up another knock over into Painan, but Azel very easily resable here. Now they know that both of these players are on the upstairs. More scraps kicking off as Twisted Minds losing players over on the Northwest Island.
Yeah, again, Brute goes down. The Vibes actually holding their own. Icy again knocks Azel. Those guys have knocked 3 times in a row, and they're once again have to go pick him up. Molotov could be good though.
There it is. Silas puts it to bed. Shoots out the sleep to Icy. Wants to follow it up, but the Molotov dropped underneath the windowsill. Can't really go for the res because you know these players are right over the ridgeline. Malloy going to use his teammate as body cover. Zazel trying to chunk out with the DBS, and Malloy, yeah, it's a very slim chance that you can get away with that one. Virtus Pro going down. All 4 players added to the RCB tally, and they will win the Painan Hot Drop.
Yeah, good for them. It comes back their way. I still think it's fairly it's misguided, especially on this circle as well, because you get the false positive of, oh, it worked out, but you know, no one checked that fight at all. Trovo 2030 opted to quickly get up towards that north side of the map as a team spirit. For RCB, it is a clean fight for them, so well played nonetheless.
Enigma Galaxy moving over the head of Guild, trying to hide out under the bridge. This time they get past Guild and get past 2 players of Guild without it all dying. Very good strategy in general. Hasn't gone the best for them previously. Yesterday, Sanhok certainly did not do them any favors there. And they will be playing on the west side near Twisted Minds, and teams looking to go over on that north bridge potentially. Na'Vi have opted to go for the botation all the way out to the north side, Blank.
Yeah, it is just the 2 players. A fight versus Guild did not go as they expected. This is a nice shot. Even got the God Rays in play as well. A little bit of the flares. Falcons on that north side. And again, we were talking about Falcons, how they're one of the worst performing teams. Is that okay to say? Can I say that?
On average, yeah. They are, I believe, currently the lowest scoring team on average per map.
Yeah, so it's true and real. I'm okay to say that. S2G, though, are a lot closer in. Brute Force, I think that they've lost some of that luster that we've seen from them before on Sanhok, where they were very aggressive on this map, easily been able to take a lot of teams, but this time the spread is not so thin. You know, they're grouped up trying to deathball this a little bit more, as opposed to taking really, really aggressive angles.
Fireflux taking 2 knocks. This is really not going well for them. They are at the bottom of the tables. I know Falcons are the lowest on average, but Fireflux are just the lowest right now. They have had their day off already, though. Solke down, Ketch and Scarface trying to get away. And Drover 2030 hunting them. Seeing what they can do. The circle is really nasty here, Blank. It's gone all the way up. Kept about 50% of this circle in the water. As we get a little replay on Izel catching that first knock, getting the flush. The off angle on the south side for RCB playing well this time. It has been a few times that it hasn't gone as well, as Icy just keeps getting these knocks onto Izel. None of it stuck though, and in the end, Virtus Pro did indeed go down. Fireflux still dead last on 2 players alive. They have managed to get through right up towards Cal, so a decent position for them to try and survive and try and last this one out.
Yeah, it's not a bad position to be in. I think for Fireflux, again, it's just a case of really not showing that same kind of performance from last week. And it's almost interesting because they changed our opinions of them very quickly in week 1. Because we were talking about how Fireflux have had a very much diminished performance overall throughout the year. And we're like, wow, that's so great. They're not bad anymore. Week 2 rolls around, it's like, wow, that's really not so great at all. What's going on?
Yeah. I mean, at least Na'Vi are still in 6th, right? That's what they've got going for them. Even if their play hasn't been as impactful as it was week 1, they could still earn quite a lot of league ranking points for this.
Yeah.
And potentially keep up that tally and looking very secure to go through towards those finals.
I mean, even just their astonishing win yesterday on Miramar, like, shows that they still have it in them. But it is feeling a lot more like the Flip and Default show, more than anything else.
Yeah,
but
Lemon was great in week 1.
Yeah,
but it hasn't carried through. But the rest of it seems to maybe have.
Yeah, because I think that it's somewhat excusable for Axa to be going down early. You know, he's not as mechanically crazy as Flip or Default. but he's playing outpost and he's making a lot of the tough decisions for the team. And he's happy to scout, and if he's the casualty from the scout, that's not a huge deal. There's just a lot of their rotations they like to go for quite frequently just aren't working out currently. And this is a rough circle. A rough circle. I do like the rotate they made in the boat early to get towards a spot like this, because they know it should keep them safe for a while, as there'll be a huge crunch of teams down towards their south. So it was a very smart decision in the moment.
Next circle. Ooh. It is a bit mean. It keeps Hatin in. It keeps that position that Poser currently sits on in this next circle. He can move up to that compound and stay alive for a little bit longer. Transitions from the Northwest Island are going to become impossible in the next, I would say, under a minute, as teams start to occupy all of the ground around it. So the question for me is, do Zeus stay? Or do they try and make that dash early, try and get across? Because, frankly, the door may have already closed getting across this bridge. It could already be a death sentence.
Yeah, this is a wait-and-see type of game for a lot of the teams over towards that west side, because they don't really have the opportunity to go across. Because you're right, John, in this sense. All these teams over towards the west, looking over towards the paddy fields, looking at Hatim, are like, you guys are all in a very, very bad position. Are you going to have a very bad time? And we're going to make sure of that to ensure that we have as much space over towards this west side of the map as possible. So the name of the game does change quite quickly. Nice shot from Robs, though, to open things up over towards Limbo Boom. And that might be the thing that allows the rest of Twisted Minds to come across. Great opening like this. And they had to send almost a spy across in Robs to make this happen.
Been holding his breath for days as Robs, but he finally is able to breathe deep the air on the northern shore. Gets through, gets in with a knock as well onto Limbo Boom, just really scouting out those buildings and doing his groundwork there. His recon is strong. Shifu with a nade, doesn't connect. That bounce off the door frame. Oh, that's worst case scenario right there for Shifu. He misses the nade, nades his teammate who was downed. And now he's solo with Na'Vi on his east flank.
NVM just naded my teammate. Not so good.
Oh, dear.
That is unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. I think Robs is like, okay, guys, he's really, really flustered. You should come across.
That's nasty. Still for Twisted Minds, it's a difficult position. Likely looking to go and transition down south from that compound if they can take control of it fully. Fireflux trying to roll in with 2 from the east, and they've gotten past the first barrier, but Team Spirit hold this compound. Now on the top of the wall, Fireflux are allowed to go past over towards the bridge. They're finding a little bit of cover in the shack. Okay. They get all the way through. I think about 6 teams knew they were doing this. None of them could stop it.
Yeah, they have the matter of time shack, right? Where it's a case of in the future, they'll likely get Molotov naded out. But at least this gives them potential time to ladder up. But with 15 teams still in the lobby, how quickly can they climb that ladder is the real question. Falcons so terrified that they are withdrawing into the blue.
If we just go in the blue,
what?
then we die to that, not the enemy. Another knock onto Ali, but brute force now down to 1. Is it going to be enough for Furia? He steps up, wants to keep the points alive, and will be going well. Falcons yet to fully convert because it's just Spark here. And S2G trying to sweep through. This hillside that sits down to the south where Na'Vi currently bordering on is going to be the only position available for the teams on this northeastern side. They're going to need to fight over it, and you can see they didn't want to do that earlier on. Instead, they're forced into a 3-way engagement. I think S2G should just be able to sweep through, take the fight with Na'Vi, and take this one down all the way.
Yeah, maybe. It depends how many angles are over towards them, because they have to cross pretty open ground. And Na'Vi can continue to play over towards this little bit of high ground. Retreat down towards the ridge, but yeah, for Fury makes it way in, and that's actually a really good play from S2G. Instantly capitalized off the back of that.
Beautiful chase down. Team Spirit put their first point on the board in a very important compound. They have been making decisive rotations a lot more this week, and again, they seem to have been able to find one here. Default with a challenge, but Kelsey shuts it down. Now it's just flip. The nade sees the flush, and Na'Vi guaranteed one. Twisted Minds could enter at any moment as well.
It's a very good play from S2G on the timing, at least, to move across as soon as they see Furia sending in, because they know that a lot of eyes and a lot of attention is going to be on Furia. So S2G making their way over towards this ridge line. It's going to be very useful to them. Zeus definitely in a situation where it's a case of we faltered. We massively faltered here. Okay. What? That is a very low HP man.
Wow. All right. That looked like he'd already connected the spray and looked for more, but Flip does go down. S2G do take one back, and they are playing on as 3 now. It's really unfortunate to lose their player because they need this numbers advantage against Twisted Minds in this spot. Although Twisted Minds kind of isolated to the peak of this this curved hillside that sits around the low ground water. It makes it a lot harder for Twisted Minds to move. S2G have more transitional options for getting down south, whereas Twisted Minds going to have to take this fight, and they're definitely going to have to take it now. Look at how that circle shrunk down south, keeps the Team Spirit compound in, keeps RCB in their compound on the south edge as well, so everybody else can just bide their time. Enigma Galaxy will have to make a move, and Twisted Minds are going to opt to go along this ridgeline, kind of the only choice they could make.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate shift, honestly. For a lot of the teams on that north side, they're really banking it heading up towards the paddy field so they could play that one out. And at least try and play the terrain here. Twisted Minds, though, it's Robs up front. 4 eliminations for him. Sends a nade over the top side. Pulls out the signature shotgun.
Not going to go for full contact just yet. Another nade as they keep on tossing in, trying to find a little opening. A bit of damage. Robs up to the ridgeline. Trying to gain some information, but they are playing quite far back on S2G's side. Rob's now finally getting a little bit of information as he peeks out, but with a shotgun, won't be able to do much more than wing some damage through to Kelsey. A knock over towards 1. Will be answered with a second as well. Robs is down, so is Doran. Just Lord stands. Kelsey's low, sure, but can he step up against Lord? Lord is still working for Twisted Minds to move on through. The hold looks good, though. And Kelsey going down is not going to phase them. S2G, stay alive. Enigma Galaxy, get it ahead of the curve, though. This is a brilliant rotate from Enigma Galaxy. They read this one nicely.
Yeah, we'll have that. Not letting you in, which is fair enough. Team Spirit sent out an outpost. King Kitsune, though. Hamzy, quick to the punch, realizes there's a team that's trying to get ahead of them. Immediately tries to prevent more damage from coming through, but it is just the 2 players now from S2G. Narvala has a nade.
Oh, he knows exactly where he's aiming as well. That's a perfect burst. Navallo low. The Molotov there going to force a very weird res position. The heal position, rather, and immediately it's capitalized on. It's communicated back. The Molotov behind the rock there, stopping him from getting back to cover. They may be looking for this res, but Kitsune has moved up. They've got Matic as well to back him up. Enigma Galaxy, 2 players down here. Hamzy with the challenge as Matic puts more damage down his way. Swash trying to crawl on back, but that nade looks pretty decent. Might just find it. No, goes short. Doesn't connect.
Yeah, he goes very far there. I think they realize that maybe they've overstepped slightly. They return back to the fold, so comes up back towards their way, so they double back because they're like, now we need to clear out this side because we know that there's going to be full 4-man teams down towards the south, so we need to deal with that north side so we're not getting pinched later on. Smart move from Team Spirit, but there's a timer on this now and they've got to be quick about it.
Hamzy not behind that tree, but they figured that out now. Taking shots out into the grass. Giving it a little trim. Oh dear, Enigma Galaxy weren't ready for it, but now Team Spirit are going to bear down upon him. And the 2 players behind the tree, those go over to Team Spirit. Redox under pressure as Matic steps in just in time. A knock from effect over towards Trovo as they try and push him from the south. He's 1 man holding the compound on the south edge. Fireflux are getting spotted, and Team Spirit just a moment ago had 1 elimination, and now they're lighting up the rest of it on 6.
Sort of amazing. Nomi, what a run out towards the side. Almost gets away with it, but at least he's in cover, so he is now resable. Which is a good move from him. I think Nomi understands that. I think this is a recent understanding from Team Spirit is that it's far better to play with 4 and not making as risky plays. They're waiting for their right moments. I do like it a lot. There's still that aggression to them, but it's more calculated now. Less throwing themselves at the problem.
Team Spirit get the res on the high ground, cut Scarface as he tries to move across the open. And now high ground for Team Spirit. They have just opened up the cannons. That flex out that you praised earlier, and rightly so, as they're now on 8. Wanted to put 10 up, but I just think RCB deny at this point. There's no way. There's no way that you get away with anything. Try and take some peeks, sure, maybe get a knock on a flush, but even then, it's super unlikely that you get anything done.
Yeah, they are hella donezo. Like, how do you get down this hilltop? So, Molotov in the hand of Silas. Oh, it's just a smoke, actually. Eventually looking to run out. Yes.
The blue zone will take them.
Goodbye.
Out they go. Team Spirit on Sanhok, starting the day well. They thought that they might have a low elimination count, but in the end they flex out. They pick up a lot of the players who got down around them as well. I'm imagining this is a fairly low damage chicken dinner for Team Spirit, but they got a nice chunk of points to kick things off as well, and their day will be strong. A great way for them to remind us just why they're at the top of the tables. And now they can accelerate away from Heroic.
Yeah, again, that is a lot of chicken dinners picked up by Team Spirit over the course of 3 days. I genuinely was very, very impressed with that game. Like I said, they flexed out towards that north side and they realized actually this is getting kind of bad, and Trovo 2030 might push us from the south side. And as soon as that circle moves back up towards the north, they rethink the decision and they understand that, look, we need to quickly clear that out. So I like that the decision making is just rolling all the time at the moment for Team Spirit, and they're not just committing to one idea. There seems to be constant discussions in the team of what's best next. Also, the fact that you can leave Effect solo in a compound and just rely on him to clear out teams trying to push you, that does help.
Yeah, I think that actually was probably the second most important thing that they had going for them in that match, right? That flex out to the north, I think, was the best call. But you're right, Effect's hold on the south against full squads on his own was absolutely something that you could not have lived that map without Team Spirit. I mean, maybe they would have had a chance because as the circle fell, sure, they would have had to go back to that compound, but I think they could have cleaned it out fairly effectively from the high ground that they had over it. Could have potentially been an opportunity for them. I'm not too sure what Nick Galaxy were thinking, not going for that awareness behind them. I'm sure they've taken the fight to the south side, but you've already had that fight up the hill. You know there's players there, and it probably was just a case of, well, there's no real good option. We've just got to hope that one side doesn't peak.
Yeah. And I think that's the difficulty a lot of times in those situations. I'm sort of interested in how RCB plays out the rest of the day, because they get a good start here, and that's usually the thing that slows them down a lot, is that going into the next game, it is tough. However, Trovo 2030 once again putting up good points and getting into a end game circle, so happy for them. And Default and Flip with a really nice rotation. So a lot of moving parts during this game, and it certainly feels like a lot of our teams are starting to feel a lot more comfortable within this tournament.
Certainly seems to be settling down into a little bit of a rhythm. 1,270 damage for Team Spirit. I feel like that's about where I expected it to be for their chicken dinner. Really, really low in general. You see it a little bit closer to the 2,000 mark for a chicken dinner team, and all the way up to about that 3,000 mark at the high end. So definitely on the low end of our spectrum here for Team Spirit, which is reflective of the fact that they took so many of their flights late into the game when not a lot of healing got done against them.
Again, they had such an insane spot. It's not really worth it to send over towards that top side. In the meantime, we'll be heading towards a break before we head over towards Erangel to start our trio off. So we'll see you there shortly. See you soon.
You color my eyes, I'm not the enemy. You see my disguise, you tell me I am clean. You save my soul, I'm on my knees. I wanna wash it all away. If I walk on the line, oh, will you wait for me? They'll wonder why I fly high and how I have learned to begin again, feeling light. When I'm cold, they'll know my name.
It seems we may be being treated to a third day of Team Spirit's reascendance to the top of these tables because they kicked the day off with a chicken dinner over on Sanhok. Great to see them able to keep things going. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we're going to be following Team Spirit's ascendancy over the course of the rest of today. Or rather, we hope to, especially with all the other Team Spirit fans out there. I know you're watching. We've been obviously following these guys for a long time, so it's great to see them continuing that success because they worry us sometimes. You know, we're like proud parents over here on the broadcast. We get worried. They need to come in. Come on, call your father. He's worried about your point scoring ability.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit, it's a nice one seeing them actually get back up towards the top side. I do wonder how long it'll last though, as always, because it does have its ups and downs. But let's take a look at the overalls as they currently stand, because I'm sure things have switched up a little bit.
Yeah, Team Spirit 156. Heroic obviously not playing today, which means that opportunities for teams to try and catch up, to try and get a little bit closer to those averages that Heroic are on, because of course it is that 10-point average that we just keep banging on about that sits towards the top of those tables. Team Spirit far and away exceeding that, currently 26 points ahead of their counterparts around the 10-point average. With 26 points ahead, I think on 13 matches, that puts them at a 12-point average on the nose. So fantastic stuff from them to be able to put 2 extra on the board per match than you expect from a first-place team. Great stuff from them all round.
Yeah, again, I think overall this has been a very interesting week in terms of who's been dropping down the tables, who's been not doing so great. I mean, Fireflux with 7 games played and only 27 points is a little bit rough. RCB have been doing their best try and get back up towards that top side, and they've not done badly at all. It does look a little bit better, but I just think that sometimes RCB lack a little bit of that oomph, honestly. Let's take a look at our top 5 from Erangel currently and who's been performing the best so far, and it does continue to be Power.
Yeah, they still keep up those average. Remember, they were placing super highly yesterday continually in Erangel as well. This is the first time we've seen Team Spirit on this page as well, which is notable because, of course, this includes all of Week 1's performances as well. So the fact that they are on this page now just shows you how much of a revival they have had. Heroic being on this page doesn't surprise me at all. I think, actually, in general, Power may be the most surprising to someone seeing that for the first time, but we know from yesterday that they have had a very, very clean record on the grassy pastures.
Infinix GT20 Pro providing us a dual chipset and 144Hz AMOLED display, by the way, with 120 FPS. So looking absolutely gorgeous in game, and providing the stunning visuals that you see on screen for both us and the players currently here at the 2024 PMSL EMEA circuit.
AMOLED, by the way, stands for Active Matrix Organic Light Emitting Diode. So the Active Matrix Organic part is what you're talking about. So the LEDs, they're active, they've got a matrix, they're organic. I don't quite know. I don't think that means they're bred on an open air farm though. I think that means something else, which I have to dig a little bit deeper, but now's not the time. Or is
it? Can have an impact on the future PMSL as well, organically, by the way, by filling out the survey that should be popping up in the chat occasionally here and there. So if you catch it and you want to have a little bit of an impact, make a little bit of a change, please do feel free to fill out that survey.
Yeah, make sure you are heading over there. A couple of questions for you to answer, to have your say in how everything is structured. Do you think the Team Spirit deserve to be in first place? Or do you think that Na'Vi should be there? Maybe you believe that 77 should be in the top of the tables, and if you want that to be known, make sure you're heading over to the survey to fill that out, because right now 77 aren't aware that you guys want them to win, which means that you definitely need to make sure that you get that opinion heard. They're in 16th right now, and I think that's primarily due to lack of deciding that they want to not be in that place.
You think?
Yeah, definitely. Like, if you wanted to win, you just would. It's that easy, right?
That's true. It's very, very true. Sometimes you just got to have that winner's mindset at the end of the day. As we head over towards Erangel, we're starting from South George over towards Nobrup Noya on the southeast side of the map. We see a lot of these playing paths recently, and it does make it slightly awkward for some teams, but for most, they figured out their alternate drop spots, how they want to play it. So now for Virtus Pro, it's a very quick and easy rotate down towards Primorsk along the western row, which actually has quite a few vehicle spawns along it.
We'll be able to get nice and decked out with those vehicles. Good stuff indeed. Looking out for any hot drops around some vehicles. In general, more likely, I think, at the moment on the East Coast. Could potentially be Black Esports and Falcons if they can test for vehicles to maybe look to move up towards Severny. But we'll have to wait and see. They are dropping fairly close to each other, so that crossing may still get a little bit hotter as time goes on.
Most teams now out of the playing path. Twisted Minds heading over towards the eastern side of the map. You can see Grenade Limbs very firmly in Jafar's favor, but Rob's not far behind him for himself. So Rob's actually doing a huge amount for his team on Twisted Minds. As per usual, on most of the teams he is on. Very much underrated player. And I think this is probably the best team he's played on in quite a while. Despite that, still looking extremely good on that team compared to everyone else currently, at least. And our circle heads far down towards the southeast side, keeping a huge amount of water in it, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of it in the drink right now. If I had to guess, I would say maybe as close as 45% of this circle is water when you add in the gap between the military island and the mainland. It gets very, very close to being almost half of the water in that circle. Pachinki for Enigma Galaxy, they are going to be just fine. Falcons did get away unscathed, and they're heading up towards Severny. Black Esports split around Ruins and Sunken, and they are chilling for the time being, but those vehicle spawns are going to be all important to get them into this next circle.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be a little bit of a trek down towards this way. Boom. And yes, Naya, currently held by S2G.
Every time. Just hitting those riffs.
Yeah.
You gotta love it.
Mansion, shelter, prison, all open at the moment. Team Spirit in farm down towards that south side.
My favorite bit is the drum breakdown at the end of that song.
It is
It's, like a and then smooth.
so unbelievably long.
I've heard that before.
Okay.
When talking about Miramar games, because they go on a lot longer than comparatively to Sanhok games.
Right, of course. Of course.
That's all right.
I'm taking it back. Over towards the western side of the map, very clumped up in terms of the squads at the moment. Right now, we'll have to find some kind of escape route. Track the teams around them effectively, make their way out.
I'm not too sure what's on that ridgeline for them. I think they may just be redistributing their players or grabbing some more vehicles. I'm not sure, but they stop off. Twisted Minds. Moving past Milta right now. This is an area of the map, of course, with the circle shrinking down to the southeast side that could be really important to get structured early on if you drop in this area. So I don't expect to see teams spending too long in an area like Milta. In general, you want to be setting up outposts to give yourself options to move fast to one of the surrounding areas, because the teams rotating in from around the map are going to take those positions very central as quick as they can if they're not occupied already. I'll be interested to see if anyone opts to go to the military island on this one, because I think about 20% of the circle currently sits in that military island. I don't know how much of the circle shrink area, though, is on that military island. I would say probably a lot less. So in general, I think teams are much more likely to be sticking to that mainland right now. However, last-ditch option, maybe you go for a weird rotate through on that military island and come through on that east bridge later on.
Yeah, it could be a potential. I mean, there is a lot of wide wraps that you can make over towards that north side as well, which sit you out of range, or at least LOS, or a lot of teams that do play in shelter towards blue crates on the eastern side of prison. But yeah, if it needs be, cheeky rotate down towards Sosnov could come into play. It's especially if you're very late to the circle. Team Spirit once again making this aggressive but decisive rotate over towards a compound on the eastern side of prison. Again, they start in farm. There's no reason why they shouldn't be taking advantage of this circle. This is what's happening a lot more frequently. And it's leading to more wins for Team Spirit. Because on week 1, there were a fair few circles that benefited them, especially on Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar. And they just were not the first to rotate towards a central spot. This time around, they are taking advantage of the current lobby format and already finding Gazelle on a knock as they attempted to make their way to a similar position. Silas going down 2 is bad news. It is stolen away by 77 though.
Yeah, Zell does get flushed out. RCB taken fairly low here. 3rd place, not ideal to defend that spot, going down to 2 early on. Obviously, they were able to win against Virtus Pro in the previous map, so they had that advantage going for them. But this time around, not so lucky. However, they get a position in the circle. They could stay alive a little bit longer, but Team Spirit are on the hunt. Look at this flex out.
I mean, why not as well? You know the team is very much diminished. Have a little look, see if you do need to rotate down towards that south side eventually. You don't want there to be 2 players here waiting in earnest to take you down. Matic looking out over towards the buildings off in the distance, assuming that RCB has gone far, or potentially even trying to scout out where 77 is playing. And this is good from Team Spirit, honestly. Getting more information, lay of the land. In comes Trovo 2030, and again, for Matic, this is very good news. He'll be able to provide that information back across. He knows that the rest of the team should be rotating through soon, so likely have to regroup with the rest of his squad.
Nice and timely hop in because he's taking damage already. Does he get cut down? No, not just yet. The vehicle is in danger now of exploding. That could potentially tag him if he steps a little bit too far. Needs the cover of the tree. The smoke allows him to get away from it, potentially get rid of that vehicle, and a rescue mission now needs to be mounted. He could have gone a little bit earlier, but as soon as they spotted that, they were lighting it up. And RCB with the remaining 2 wanting to get some sort of revenge over towards Team Spirit, but he pops the med kit, gets back to full health. Now the rest of Team Spirit could start to marshal their forces. Pushing up though from Wild, maybe a little bit over-aggressive for my liking. Trovo 2030 seem to be wanting to leave this one alone and not going to be impactful on this fight. They will take sightlines out this direction, but not really doing too much more than that.
Team Spirit might not be too happy with Matic in this situation, though, as he does give up a vehicle for him. They will need all the vehicles they can get in towards the end game if they want to make some efficient rotates. Somewhat annoying, and that is a really horrid circle. Sees a huge amount of water in. Very difficult to play. And Team Spirit might have actually been better off just staying in their original drop spot.
I mean, it does seem that way, but you can't really call something like that. You expect it to be going up to the mainland. Teams could potentially now look to get down to the military island, but even then, I don't think you do that. I don't think you go for that push. Na'Vi and Brute Force don't leave, but in the same vein, I don't think anyone on the north side leaves from that north either. It's going to be a fight around the mouth here, just the west end of Milta, around that bridge position as well. A couple of positions that you can take up, but it's going to get nasty fairly quickly here now.
Yeah, it's an incredibly rough circle to play. Rob steps out into a Molotov, and Zadira will pick up. Nice little knock onto the back of that one. Shifu, again, really lovely step up. Just 2 players alive for Twisted Minds, and a nade from Shifu once again. Won't quite tag on.
They did nade out their own teammate there for 77, which is definitely not what you want to see happening. That's 2 team nades we've seen in 2 matches, which is something fairly uncommon at this level of play. Doran, no, he wanted to get the player back behind the wall for the safe res, but not going to happen. Team Spirit, okay, they've miraculously appeared in the middle of the circle again. Rotate through on the beach side, and they will have a little bit of cover for the time being, but they have to be worried over towards the further east positions. And they may have scouted that out, which is why they can go for this roll-up. Nades up on high, and Shifu has so many just bouncing about in there. They are rattling through the door frames. And Shifu does go down to the nade from Nomi on Team Spirit. They're putting more in, trying to isolate this lower floor. Team Spirit don't have a super huge amount of time on this ridgeline. The off angles will start to come into play. They need to make a move fairly soon.
Matic finding Magnum, though, will clear out 77. Yeah, they need to get into this compound. Honestly, for Twisted Minds, you'd expect them to expend all their grenades, but they do get a little bit of a reset on some of the death crates that went through. Nice shot from Kitsune to keep Enigma Galaxy at bay. Eventually, Team Spirit do need to move up. It's a smart move from Team Spirit, but I would classify this as a gamble. This is absolutely a gamble. Team Spirit's got so many points and coming off from a chicken dinner. I think they can take this risk.
In general, I mean, the expected value of moves like this is what you have to look at, right? If you go down, you get 0. And what percentage of the time does that happen? Well, you think maybe if you're pushing up towards 40%, then you need to make sure that those other 60% potential gains are worth it. So if you're able to not guarantee, but be fairly likely to put up a double-digit game from that position, you take that risk, right? Because 60% of the time, you're going to get a double-digit game. This is a huge shift up to the north. It's going to force players off that South Island, no longer thinking about it. It does actually open up a little bit more area in the north to be playable now. On the plateaus to the northwest of Milta, along that roadside, you could potentially house a couple of teams. There's compounds on the north edge. Teams aren't going to be hedging their bets and giving them an option if the circle does go all the way down south.
Yeah, this is a much kinder shift on the circle. A lot of squads. We have Team Spirit. That gamble is the fact that this compound is actually quite strong, but they needed to get a bit more of an opening onto it. Now they're stuck along the coastal side of things. As RCB heads up towards warehouses in Milta. Guild, though, on our screens, looking across the way, is the team that desperately does need to get into the circle itself. Bonk.
That's not where clownfish live. Panned. Get away with it. Pre-pod. Chefed up like calamari. Vibes on the south side. On the east side, going to have to move along the south coast of the mainland. Difficult rotate if they try and swing north. I think it's probably more likely that they can just crash into Milta somewhere and try and play a game from that area. However, they are all four in a vehicle. They're rolling straight up to Guild with Trovo 2030 further along the coastline as well. This is going to be difficult. There's an opener for Team Spirit, by the way, over towards Twisted Minds, who are the team that were stopping them from getting fully into the compound that they rocked up towards. So potential for them to overwhelm that, swarm that, over on the west side of that beach.
Yeah, difficulty being there's so many angles here. A lot of different squads. At least Effect and Matic get up to the building. The rest of Twisted Minds moves to the other side of the road. Do wonder if they're able to pick Kitsune up. It's going to be a difficult one. And again, teams further down that coastal side might opt to try and push onto this. I think they're looking for the pickup actually here.
Yeah, they rotate out. I think they've got a little bit of terrain cover from the down position. Twisted Minds are not in nade range because, of course, there was the knock on the front hold of their outpost, which means that it is a fairly safe res here. Kitsune got shot by Enigma Galaxy, who are, of course, a little bit closer to that bridge exit road. Both Na'Vi and Brute Force, by the way, have managed to get at least one player over this bridge. Na'Vi doing so in much finer health. They are all four players alive. Brute Force suffering at their hands. As Vibes crashing into Guild now. They're playing the hill further out to the east, and they want the shots to go downhill. It's looking good. Guild only have 2 players left.
Oh, Axa found that. And the second knock over towards Kitsune. Once again, he's back on the floor. At this point, you just pick him up and drag him into the building. The wisest decision to be made. You like spend a couple of smokes for it, but I think with that circle shift, it's very much worth those few smokes to get him in.
Exo trying to catch the cross with the spray down, not going to be successful. Circle's going to shift further west. Guild now continually under pressure. Exo last to stand as the spray down and the flush comes through. Exo gets one, looks for the flush, will be able to find the point, and I think that may have been the right decision for him. Could potentially have caught the second on the cross, but either way, will be able to add one to the tally. That's better than none. Trovo 2030, though, spot Weiss on the cross in the yard. Yusuf will be able to pick up a point for that.
Molotov through the window. Mazzaro does have to back it off a bit. Won't burn out just yet, though. Incredibly far split for Team Spirit. Off towards the western side, a little bit more central in the zone.
They retreated a little bit from the compound that they pulled up towards. They've gone back to the south of Milta, and they have got most of it under their control, actually. It's going to be really difficult for Trovo 2030 and whatever remains of Vibes after they finish their fight to get over there. With the shot from AXA and Na'Vi crossing that bridge, they know that they have now been exposed to a second off angle. Well, actually probably more like a third when you consider Nigma Galaxy's angle. One to the east, one to that Nigma Galaxy position, and now to that bridge. It's not tenable to hold the ridgeline before you push on in. Of course, they did get into the compound, or that side of the compound, but they decide Milta on the south edge is a little bit better of a hold for them.
I think they'd rather just clear out a lot of the teams coming in from that eastern side. It is aggressive, though. It's very, very aggressive. As opposed to just holding out inside that compound. This is sort of taking your fate into your own hands, though, I suppose. Trovo 2030, they're just finishing off players from Vibes. Matic gets himself a cheeky loot crate delivered to him for free.
Very nice. Hang on a minute. This isn't Painan. What are RCB and Virtus Pro doing so close to each other?
I hate each other.
They're just staring daggers through the alleyways. Peeping through the net curtains. Muttering about the neighbours.
Got 2 players from RCB, though, compared to Virtus Pro, who are a little bit more healthy here with 3. Still, well-placed grenade could change all of that. And comes Na'Vi to finish off the final player from Brute Force. 14th place today. No Chudo. Playing with Furia, taking up that mantle. Chudo was pretty significant. A pretty significant part of their success recently.
Hopping on board with Zeus now as we rotate up the west side. A lot of open ground, but actually the buildings in front of them going to be a really nice pickup for them. Rita did go down earlier for Zeus, which is unfortunate, but we'll see what they can do with 3. A little bit isolated. Not too many open rotational paths for them. The shrink goes out to the west, and that is probably definitely the worst side for most teams here. A lot of this ground is flat open field, and in general, fields mean people die a lot faster in these final circles. We're going to be moving into stage 6 with, I reckon, probably a little bit closer to, I want to say 7 teams.
Yeah, I think with Nigma Galaxy, though, such a strong spot right now. It's actually quite insane how good of a spot they're currently playing down towards the southwest side. Fireflux, Zeus, and Na'Vi can all hole up alongside with the rest of the teams who are protected off from a lot of the squads on the northeast side. So I'd say you probably guaranteed at least 4 teams down here continuing through.
Na'Vi doing well to transition away from that military island with all 4 of their players alive against Brute Force, and now they've pushed Team Spirit back a little bit. They can move up. They're playing 2-2. Well, what is that? 3-1, actually. I thought there were 2 players in that front buggy. But no, not to be. Falcons trying to cross the road. And did not quite have the green light to do so. S2G step out with a lollipop. Say, not today. That may be a uniquely British thing. A lollipop lady or a lollipop man.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Potentially. A crossing guard. That's an American thing, as a crossing guard. The fact that we call them... It's the name of the person that's uniquely British, I think. A crossing guard. Anyway, back to the game. As Falcons, with their remaining 2 players, going to look to crash, well, anywhere they can find, really. But right now, there is no room at the inn, and they are getting spun out, dipped around the ridgelines, and that is just a bad time for Falcons.
Yeah, you absolutely know it's just over at that point for the Falcons. Good shots coming through from Kitsune, though. All in his lonesome. holding it down inside this compound. No one else has tried to challenge. Na'Vi is attempting to get closer, though. I think for Kitsune, it's likely going to be a case of trying to call the rest of the team in. Nice nade, though, from Marcelo. Last alive for Trovo 2030 with P90.
That's a pretty impactful turn of events, actually. On the south point for Na'Vi, their vehicle just got set on fire, right? And they can no longer go for a fast rotate in that vehicle. They're going to have to make it on foot. This is going to give a huge amount of strength towards Team Spirit. As soon as they spot those players, Trovo 2030, a second prong in this fight, sure, but that's going to get dispatched fairly quickly. 8 eliminations found for Team Spirit, and Na'Vi are under pressure as well, trying to move up this coastline with basically 0 cover. They have to get up to this forward position, but I just don't think that's going to be possible. Axa taking a lot of damage, will go down as he tries to cross on the beach. Not going to work out for him.
Yeah, this is a really odd game in terms of how strongly Team Spirit has held this, and no one has been able to challenge them whatsoever. I don't know what happened in those 2 days between week 1 and week 2. But yeah, maybe some unorthodox coaching strategies. I'm not sure. There is a big change, big difference in the team.
It's like they've completely solved the lobby, right? They've just figured it out. They've spotted a glaring weakness that nobody else has managed to find, and they're just like, we're just gonna win now, right? And that's what I'm saying. You know, if 77 wanted to, they would, but they don't.
Yeah, they get a granola bar every time they get a chicken dinner. That's all they're allowed to eat.
They've been stashing up the granola bars over the first week. They consume them all at once, and now they're just...
Yeah, now that they're rationing them.
They're
we're
Omega
so
level
hungry
right now.
We're so hungry, we need a chicken dinner. I need a granola bar. Desperately. Please. Please, coach. Granola bar!
No granola!
After the
You've
chicken
not
dinner.
won a game!
Yeah.
Back in the cupboard. Get your Infinix GT20 Pro in those hands. Come on.
So look, this is why Team Spirit wins so often early, is they stack up the granola bars the rest of the day. So they need these wins early on, so they can keep going.
Fireflux do need a win as well on this engagement, if nothing else. Zeus with now 1 player left standing, but a lot of Fireflux are low. A nade in from the heavens gifts Eren with a chance to pick points away from the rest of this lobby. The PPP zone is going to do a little bit of rattle-tattle over towards the Fireflux position, take some points into control. Nick McGalaxy, though, descend. And Lux will go down first. Scarface almost certainly going to go down next. Will Eren outlast him? Because the nades are going to both of them.
Ooh. Good step up from Scarface, though.
A second? No. Not into Redox. Not just yet. He is going to fade away as SnowX puts a nade in. They know his ditch, and that will be the end of Scarface. Eren does outlast, but how much longer? Nobody knows. Na'Vi, in the meantime, they move into the vacuum. A well-timed push from Na'Vi.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, it's a case of, we don't want to fight Team Spirit anymore. That's terrifying over our eastern side, but this gives them at least an opening, something they can work with. They can scrabble some points away from. That's Zeus now out. Back esports over towards that northwest side, and to make their way in, but S2G has been holding pretty well over towards the north side of the map, albeit not having to have too many engagements, too many fights for themselves, so they're still pretty pristine.
Lemon healing up behind the wall. The blue zones is moving. He's going to have to find an avenue in. Let's take a look at a replay here. There's a nade to stop the cross for Falcons. I mean, yeah, Swash. I mean, he sees these guys coming, right? He knows exactly where they're playing. The bouncer through the little gap there, and yeah, there's no chance that Falcons are allowed to cross.
Yes, a couple of really good grenades there from Wash. Technically a 1v3 from the cover he had, made it look a lot easier than it potentially was. Na'Vi making Big Galaxy look a little bit foolish right now.
Lemon though.
Luckily, they... Who's that from? Yeah, Lord.
Oh, okay. There we go. But they do lose SnowX. He's up on the balcony. Hang on. Oh, no. There is just a sliver there. Enigma Galaxy are trying to figure out how to get that res. He is up on the balcony. I think the time it will take to step out to the blue, run all the way up in stage 6 may just be too much. So I think He is a dead man crawling right now. Res potential there. Heal up for Nomi. Virtus Pro are getting cornered out now as well. There's no way you get away with this. Is there a nade from Team Spirit, or they're just going to wait for the bullets to find their mark? Icy stepping up for some healing. Malloy as well. They're going to break out. No smokes on either side. Effect doesn't have a nade. Twisted Mind's on the far side of the road. This has been the long-time opponent now for Team Spirit. Oh, there is a smoke. Oh, Virtus Pro. They might make the cross.
Team Spirit opts to be sending away with it. It's more important for them to get across the road right now to Twisted Minds, who they know are a little bit weakened, to be honest. Wash takes shots over towards.
Oh, dear.
Log goes down, though. Should be the second shortly. Team Spirit is just overwhelming them.
Coops is there with a nade in hand. Spots Nomi clambering up to the wall. Dashes through. Coops drops it down to his left. Doesn't get the knock, though. And Team Spirit leaving one behind. Kitsune can get picked up later, but now they have to deal with Coops. They can break back, get Kitsune back to their feet. They're up to 13 limbs now, blank. Twisted Mind's gotten rid of. They're on the west side of the road. S2G trying to descend, but Black Esports giving them a fight. Maybe not too much left of it, though, as Toshpik is the last to stand. Can he get this res on? Because there's just the sliver of HP left on the down player here. Kamsi steps out. Spray gets one knock. Toshpik, though, sends it straight back through the window.
Yeah, it was very clean, very quick. I think they just about get over towards Kitsune in time, sending Matic out there to save his life. Malloy on the road. But Team Spirit have played what I would call a beautiful game. They even find Malloy. Try to take the shots out. Oh, complaining about his situation, but maybe he shouldn't have shot at all. Alerted the demons in Team Spirit. But yeah, they've just played a beautiful game. It's been one good hold after another, one good split after another, one good spray down after another from this team. So, granola bar and a back-to-back probably on the cards here.
With Ralph in this position, I feel like, yeah, Black Esports just can't really do much movement at all. We are going out to the open fields fairly soon. I don't know how much of this rooftop is going to be in the next circle. I don't think they're quite in here, but Black Esports going to have to move first, and in any case, which means that both of these angles, both of these sight lines with Effect and Nomi on the roof are going to come into play to counter out this rotation from Black Esports that they're gearing up for. They're laying the smoke foundation.
They don't have a lot, though. They really don't have a lot of smokes.
Well, now's the time to use them.
Yeah, the vehicle has to be the cover. Instantaneously, there are shots, though.
Wow. Wow. Okay. What can you do? I mean, it's getting torn apart. Nomi taking shots over towards Enigma Galaxy. The rollout with two. Black Esports, they drop one short. Kali breaks forwards, hits the deck, and does stay alive for a little bit longer. They're in the zone, but Lewis will get sprayed away. Kakali does get spotted by Kitsune and should get flushed out as well. Just Toshpik left standing, and Enigma Galaxy takes shots out this direction. But Team Spirit, they're just doing more and more and more. They are gathering storm right now, and it is spectacular to watch them make fun of the rest of the lobby, make fools of anyone who steps to them. Taking down Enigma Galaxy, their last barrier to victory. A 20 elimination chicken dinner potentially on the cards unless Narvalo goes down to the blue. Snatches that delight away from them. But Team Spirit with a back-to-back Sanhok to Erangel. Doesn't matter where you drop these guys in. They're taking you down.
It's a 29-point game. A 29-point game. Incredible stuff from Team Spirit. See, Matic is extremely happy with that game. They all played it really well too. I don't think there was realistically many mistakes from anyone on this squad that entire match. It was, like I said, a beautiful game from them. Everything was done to perfection. And it felt like everyone else is just still playing this grouped up mentality of everyone sits in one compound, but the way they stuck it out, slowly extended their base of operations, took down Trovo 2030, finished off fives, Virtus Pro. They were the final nail for a lot of squads.
And it comes back to that one gamble of a play a little bit that you called out before. That rotate from the lumberyard high ground compound after the shift down south, that they went for that gamble rotate towards the south, towards the west point of Milta, and taking control of that. And it really, really paid off, right? That's what we're talking about when we say the expected value of a rotation like that. Because sometimes you go down, you get 0 points there. But sometimes you get 19 eliminations. And that, on average, is going to be profitable. This time around, they are certainly sitting heavily in the black.
Yeah, again, for Team Spirit, it's just a case of why not go for that rotate in that moment. They sucked up so many points in this lobby. I mean, second place with 4 elims, third place with 4 as well, compared to Team Spirit's 19. No one else could really contend against them. And again, it all comes down to 77 taking a fight with Twisted Minds, in which case, like I said from that last game, there is some very quick decisions happening going on the team where everyone agrees very quickly and they just make the call and make the play. And I think, again, this is something that we just didn't see all that much from week 1 is Team Spirit all agreeing on a push and then making that happen together. This time around, it's just so instantaneous. So, like I said, someone's been slapped around a little bit and said, look, you'll all listen and you'll all try and play this game together, because it was disjointed last week. It was very disjointed. This time around, they feel a lot more like a squad as opposed to individual units.
They definitely do. It's almost like they just weren't using voice comms last week and they've just turned their microphones on. It's a different and revitalized roster, which is exactly what we were hoping for from them, right? Because we were basically at the point where we have to stop talking about these guys because they are just doing so badly. But now,
we did
step
PR,
back into the limelight.
PR control, honestly. We did damage control for Team Spirit.
That's damage control. Wow.
Yeah, there's very much damage control from Team Spirit as well. Just the top side, 3,307 to a measly 1,500 from S2G. I do think that, again, you're right. It really just feel like voice comms were off last week. And I think that comes from the fact that they had 2 abysmal days back-to-back, day 1 and day 2. And I think at that point, they were so disappointed themselves, and it only got worse. And you could just see their demeanor change. It was so important that on day 1 of week 3, they had such a pop-off day. And I think that has made them realize that, yeah, we actually are a good team. We just need to start making those decisions more frequently. However, on the other hand of things, this is a problem that they encounter so many times, John. It happens all the time where they're consistently making the same mistake of, oh, we're a little bit scared to make that rotate. Oh, we won't actually go for this rotation. And it needs to stop, because every time they switch up from that, it's fine. So just keep this play style all the time, please.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to see from them. But this time, we definitely saw something special from Team Spirit. They masterfully manipulate Milta and mash their opponents into the dirt, into the beachheads, and into, well, pretty much any surface that sits around where they're taking those shots, because it was a slobber knocker for them. 19 elimination chicken dinner for Team Spirit. Is there any way they can't win? I don't think so today. We'll see you after the break.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Map number 3 on the day so far, our second Erangel, is coming up for you in just a few minutes. And are we going to see a third chicken dinner for Team Spirit? Well, we'll have to wait and find out, because we can't have the results of the game before it's been played, unfortunately. As much as I would like to, that would make life a lot easier. But we're not allowed to see that far ahead in the script. Not just yet, anyway. I'll get on that, though. We'll see what we can do.
Yeah, you can certainly try. Figure it out. What's going on there? But yeah, so far, Well, what is there to say, really? Team Spirit is just owning everyone. Let's take a look at the overalls, so how that's shaping up at the top of the tables. Because I'm sure that Team Spirit is now 180, 190, I believe. Ooh, 185. Yeah. I was in the middle there. 6 chicken dinners over 14 matches. Just under half of their games have been wins, which is just ridiculous.
I mean, that is really quite something special for them to have been able to achieve that. Obviously, their day 1 we thought was spectacular. Day 2 was not bad, but not as spectacular as day 1. And it looks like they may be shaping up to just crash some records into day 3 as well, if they can keep this one going. 185 right now. The scoreline that Na'Vi were able to get in week 1 last week, that was, I believe, was 236, which puts them within striking distance today of that sort of margin. So potential for them to give themselves an entire day's head start moving into the final day and see how many points they can rack up, because right now they are unstoppable. There is no other team in this lobby playing at this level.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, even if they... Well, let's say if they fumbled and just got around about 5 points per game going forward on the rest of their matches on the week, still pretty sure that they would be in first place at the end of it all. They're that far ahead. It's be very, very difficult to catch them up. But it is also a little bit unfortunate, because if they do keep playing this way, the league ranking points just aren't going to help them all that much at the end of it, because they'll still just be getting 20 no matter what. And I think that there isn't an overalls for league ranking points at the end of this either, in terms of the overall points rankings. So there will be another 20 points awarded for whoever is on top for each week.
No, and there is also, though, the only thing that matters for the points that they're earning this week is PMGC placement points, right? That is the big factor. So Team Spirit, they've actually, because of that last match, may have put a pretty big dent in the lead that IWNRX had at the start of the day, right? So they could potentially be taking that title already.
I guess that is the big thing, right? Is a direct invite to PMGC, which is, yeah, like you say, attainable now.
IWNRX aren't playing today, which means that they will have 6 points, 6 matches, still in hand. As we take a look at the stats that Team Spirit have put up so far. This is in week 2 of the games that we've had. So this is all of week 2, so day 1, 2, and now day 3 added in. Well, what we've had of day 3. But that is insane. 43 eliminations. I mean, what can you say about this? Nomi is just built different.
Yeah, it's a pretty ridiculous scoreline at the moment for Team Spirit. 43 eliminations and 40 knockouts. So the conversion rate is also equally stupid for Nomi right now.
Yeah, it is insane. The man has got something going for him.
He's a cross-legged type of man, as Kitsune, apparently. I did not realize that.
I wouldn't have guessed that, because he's quite tall.
Yeah.
So in general, sitting on a chair like that, you know, cross-legged all the way up, that's unexpected. Maybe it's just a little stretch before the game.
Maybe. Who knows? We'll check back in with cross-legged Kitsune later.
I mean, he doesn't need to stretch too much, right? Because he is being carried by Nomi right now, so he doesn't even need to walk anywhere.
Yeah, but remember, Mr. Kitsune, he is the brain, and Nomi is the brawn. The rest of the team is the organs. I guess.
Sure. Well, whatever they're doing, they are unleashing the beast over the course of these days that we've seen so far from them in week 2 with Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. They are obviously taking heed of the information that you can gather over there. It's like, Kitsune is sort of on this palanquin being borne forwards by the rest of his team and barking orders from the top right now. In general, though, I mean, he is jokes aside, he provides an incredible amount of value to this roster, almost as much as the Infinix GT20 Pros are providing to the roster, because they feature a dual chipset and a 144Hz AMOLED display, which delivers up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning individuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA.
And look at that. With that, we are getting into our next match of the day. It will be Erangel once again, and then we'll be heading it up with a little show match between Team Spirit and another squad. And this... Well, I totally lost my train of thought there. Just gone.
It's all right.
I was like, whoa.
Been derailed. You know what? It's fine. They did have a call-out match. I can't remember exactly who they called out. I'd have to go back and watch. I'm sure we'll be reminded by the graphics at the start of the match. Certainly will be when they load in either way, so it's not going to matter too much. But we're loading in now on to Erangel, and we have all 16 teams playing today, playing in this match. We're going from the east edge of Severny down towards the Sanhok military base on the east side. So potentially difficult for Virtus Pro to get to Primorsk. And generally that southwest side is going to be a little bit harder to achieve. Wow.
Just a little bit again. Hello?
I was just looking at the eliminations.
Yeah, it is ridiculous in comparison to everyone else. But yeah, for the moment, for Virtus Pro, it's going to be a little bit of a rotate down towards Passferry Pier, towards Primorsk. They might have to get involved with some engagements down that way. But I think you do make a good point, John, in terms of the PMGC points. For Team Spirit right now, riding this wave throughout the rest of week 2 would be invaluable to them in terms of PMGC points, because who cares about finals if you can just directly qualify?
Exactly. That is
100 points ahead, by the way.
That's, oh my god. That is notably third place. They are 100 points ahead of third place. Heroic are on 119. So they would need, what is that, 20 plus 34 more points today to be able to get up to 219. So 34 points. I mean, it seems very doable for them right now, which is kind of crazy when you consider that they've got 4 matches left to play. But that's just how well they're doing.
Yeah, and I mean, for Team Spirit, I wish them the best of luck. I think it'll be the first time in a long time that anyone on that team has had a direct invite to anything. Because
that's true. That's
they have been fighting for qualification spots for everything for such a long time. They even had to qualify to this tournament, and they were in the survival stage for EWC. And I think that, honestly, I think if Team Spirit just gets a direct invite, they'll do a lot better, because I feel like they panic a lot. They get super stressed out when they can just focus on their own game, as opposed to, oh, we got to win this, and then we got to go qualify here, and then once we qualify that, then we'll be in the real thing. But we just need to do this first. So, yeah, I would absolutely channel the surfer within and try and get the direct invite here, and it is looking doable.
Ride that wave. That is what they're looking for. But you've got to remember as well that there is still week 3 to play out to boot. So it's not like it's over just because Team Spirit take the lead. There is, of course, the chance for a rebuttal, as well as the rest of this week to play. So IWNRX will have an extra day after today closes to try and jump up those PMGC points standings. We'll have to wait to see how that all concludes itself. I'm sure it would be quite exciting. And you've got to remember as well, Brute Force are still also competing on those PMGC points tables. They were neck and neck with Team Spirit. That will no longer be the case, as Team Spirit have shown us exactly what they're capable of here. But Brute Force still on the outside track.
Yeah, Brute Force down towards that southeast side. But again, like you say, they're neck and neck with Team Spirit at the start of this one. And that's mostly because of Team Spirit's pretty horrid performance in week 1. But big old potential for Team Spirit to bring it back now. I want to see third chicken dinner of the day.
Ooh, put up 7 chicken dinners.
I want to see it back to back to back.
Oh, what if nobody else won today?
Other than Team Spirit?
Yeah. Just
guaranteed qualification spot.
At that point,
no doubt.
Almost certainly, isn't it?
Yeah, so difficult to catch that up. I mean, you put yourself at a 100-point lead, boom.
Boom, done.
Boom, it's over.
Unless they week 1 it up in week 3.
Yeah, in which case it It's over again. But a man can dream. A man can dream. That would be the most pleasing thing out of this tournament. Less because I'm biased towards Team Spirit, but because it will feel good seeing a team that's had to fight so hard for everything and have such horrible ups and downs finally just have a chilled out international for once.
Yeah, it's not been great. I mean, yeah, like you said, at EWC they had to go in through the qualification spots based on the spring season here in EMEA. They had a little bit of a fall off in those finals where we weren't expecting them to at all because they absolutely blasted in the group stages, or in the league stages rather. And then casting my mind all the way further back to PMGC last year.
Survival stages again.
Yeah, they were in this. They were pushed down into survival stages. They were again not quite able to make it through there, and it's just been such a brutal turn for this team. Matic coming back in to pair up with Kitsune, Nomi in effect. Obviously, it seems like this tournament may be their opportunity, but as we've covered, it all hinges on their momentum, right? It hinges on them keeping their cool in the engagements that they find, because if they have another week like week one, it's not going to go their way.
Trovo 2030 coming up against Zeus at the moment. So towards crates. There's a lot of teams already barreled their way in towards the circle itself. Cheeky drops the shots, makes the player flinch. He takes the nade. Very good nade, in fact, though. Hard to place that one.
Nicely found. And the rest of Zeus are immediately ready to go for it. Nade in again, over the top. Not going to connect this time. High bouncer. Yusuf on the sidelines. Catches the players crossing now. And will potentially look to try and cut around the edge. Pulls the pin, but no, thinks the auto shot is going to be better. Relying on the rest of his team to stop anyone moving in behind him and backstabbing this angle. Yusuf could be all important. Darkin on the long angle. The Maniac steps too far into these containers. Will get sprayed down by Marcelo. The flush goes through and Zeus lose the first.
It's a weird fight so far between both these squads. Very back and forth. Toshbit taking down Scarface for Fireflux. Like I said, was the guy that props the team up a lot of times, and Fireflux is having pretty tough week 2.
Zeus not quite able to connect either on these nades. And Trovo 2030, I mean, they're just holding this back, right? The weirdness in this fight, I think, primarily comes from Zeus. As Yusuf has still not moved from this box, by the way. He's chilling. Ragnarok, finally an opening found for Zeus. They can potentially move on through. The other player backing him up, Marcelo, is fairly low, so they do need to be worried here. Eren dipping in, grabbing a nade. Marcelo spots him, and he peeks out for the spray down. The nade needs to land, but will not connect. There's a beautiful shotgun shell to the belly of Marcelo. And now Trovo, they're cut down to size. They still got Ragnarok down as well.
They are surrounded almost. As Darkin goes for the wide angle. Yusuf finally comes out from that defensive position. Provide assistance, but it feels more panic than anything.
Hard north circle pops in the meantime as well. Look at how that's going to force everybody up to the north side of the river. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of fighting coming on in fairly short order here around those bridge crossings. But it looks like actually a lot of the teams have made it early as Zeus continue to contain Trovo 2030 in the containers.
This fight is just taking so long. I mean, because they don't really have many nades. They force this engagement quite early. No vehicles around. They have to conclude it if they'd like to leave.
Twisted Minds taking a little fight, winning out a point. disengagement of Drover 2030. Found the exit door. Slamming the bar. Punching out into the fresh air. They have now swapped positions entirely.
There are two highest placing squads in terms of averages right now, going head to head. S2G, as per usual, playing over towards shooting range. They get a nice early spot over towards here very often. Currently holding out versus Vibes as Marceau takes it into his own hands with the shotgun.
It's just getting silly at that point. Marceau, spray over to Mazaru as well. And let's take a little replay here. This is... Okay, this is how Fireflux lost so much steam as they tried to all move up the staircase. Solke did manage to get that response, but the nades came on through. Did that knock someone? No, that was a spray. Okay. I thought the nade got someone super far away there, but it was actually a spray from an off angle. Fireflux do go down, though, in the meantime. A lot of those points taken by Black Esports.
It's over. It's so over for Fireflux at the moment.
The Falcons are still behind them on the tables. Only just, though. They are losing the tiebreaker at this point.
Yeah. Come on, Falcons, you can do it. You get the circle. It's time to shine.
They have 6 more matches played here as well.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that at all.
I didn't mean to bring it up. I did mean to bring it up.
All right.
I don't know why I lied.
You've been rude to the Falcons now. Stop it.
Sorry, they're the best team in the world.
They're the best guys around.
You know, Falcons. They look good. They smell good. They're playing brilliantly.
Team Spirit though, gifted central spot. The circle heading over towards that eastern side. Nice pickup from the squad.
Ooh, Ragnarok caught. As Brute Force are picking up the pieces from the containers quarrel on the drop. Not really going to have a lot of time to loot that one either as well. So Trover 2030, they were embroiled far too long in that scrap, as was Zeus. I think they went out to South George, so should have gotten a lot more on board. And Trover 2030 going to have a pretty tough time of it. Brute Force willing to guard that out. And probably rightly so. Over towards the Severny positions, the compounds over to the roads that lead up to them, the hills around the gun range as well. All in play. And Nick McGalaxy trying to take the bunker under control. Nade is there. Popped up. Left as a welcome gift over towards Nick McGalaxy, but not really going to find too much there, unfortunately. Are they all 4 down? No, okay. Trying to figure out the perspective on this one, and it looks like, yeah, they've got 2 up and 2 down in the bunker. So they can nade this entrance, actually, really quite effectively.
Yeah, there's a fair few nades coming through. Nick McGalaxy decides that this is...
Oh, big nade.
Bad news, he's to get down. Marceau, though, finds the first. Will immediately have Kelsey on the refrag, and the rest of the team's going to come on through. Try and finish off the job. Just one player left alive here for Nick McGalaxy, and the rest just get picked apart. That's good to have a good nade here, actually.
Effective use of ordnance there. Effective use of nades. Ralph super low as he tries to dart back into the shack, but it is booby-trapped, unfortunately. There's no one left there, but the nades are still on the floor. Oh, if they step out and don't see it, could be dangerous. Ralph nearly goes down. The airburst not quite on target. Gets the heal off as well, and another chance at the fight. Kelsey continues layering these nades in to allow this res and the heal to come through. The difficulty here is that S2G have put themselves all downstairs, which means that they have to fight out and get a little bit less information as they retake the gun range. Nick McGalaxy are gone, but are S2G going to have time to mount up an offensive towards the top?
They should do. I mean, no one really else is around here. Everyone else is too preoccupied over towards their sides of the map. I mean, Western Edge is Twisted Mind slowly charting the area around them. So as Virtus Pro currently looking up towards Black Esports and Falcons. It's RCB though. 4 players up against Brute Force, who are madly encircling them. Giving the accelerator a bit of a bump as well. Okay.
What a circle. That's
all right then.
So, I mean,
We're going to
what are you gonna
PMGC, boys.
what are you going to do? It's Team Spirit qualifying. They managed to get the points. And at this stage, it's mathematically impossible that they don't make it all the way. Goodness me. I mean, tell me you want Team Spirit to win this game without telling me you want Team Spirit to win this game. It is uncanny what's just happened.
Again, there's still a chance that they lose this. It's not free.
What do you mean? They've got Nomi on their team.
It's not. It's heavily
It's literally
discounted.
impossible to lose.
It's heavily discounted.
Okay. In comes Zeus, but that feels fairly doomed as they roll on up into the sight lines of Brute Force as well as Team Spirit. Eren is just about alive, but Nomi has a nade, as does Effect, as does Kitsune, and bang, bang, bang. Explosion's going to force them out. And Eren, again, tagged. Taken low. Kitsune forced off the angle. Well, forced. Encouraged off the angle, should we say. Oh, no.
Hey, though. To be honest with you, they just need to send it into the other room. And he's done.
Oh.
They assume he's in there because they keep getting tags on him.
They don't realise that he sat waiting for that spawn. Nomi. He's so on the swivel, this guy. Look at him go. Beautiful.
Yeah, checking every which way. They expended so many days for one guy, though, which is the unfortunate thing. I do wonder how many they have left in the back pocket, because I think they really did need that for perhaps a tougher team that comes their way. In the meantime, Twisted Minds, RCB, both need to get a move on here. They're
What's
reaching each
interesting-
other's path.
Oh, okay. I'll hold that thought, because RCB bumper to bumper with Twisted Minds, and it's not gone well for them. They lose one, but Na'Vi's on the high ground angle as well. Spray from Lord. He leans out, tries to stay behind the tree. RCB can still put lead down from the top of the hill. Silas picked away by Lemon, and Na'Vi continue to put nades through the smokes as well. Twisted Mind staying alive as 4. Nade in right on top of the forward player Doran, and towards the back line they're finding nades as well. Lemon is low. A third nade will seal the deal towards him, and Twisted Minds are continuing to keep this hold going. It is a knock over towards Lord, though, that maybe their first weakness is shown. A nade bounces right underneath Robs, takes him down, and gets the flush.
Yeah, it's a really nice nade there from Flip. It's lucky that it does roll and bounce towards them, but either way, it was fairly on target. Doran trying to send nades of his own. A lot of this southwest side getting cleared out as default. Runs another down, catches him beneath the bumper.
Spray down from Coops, not going to work out, and it's Na'Vi to win the fight at the top of the hill. On the southwest side, they're going to have to strafe along this ridgeline. S77 approach from the east side as well. There's going to be a lot of conflict here. The interesting thing about Zeus having Eren still alive here for Team Spirit is that anybody approaches from the south side, there's potential that a knock comes through, right? If Eren goes for that fight, tries to hold off as much as he can, they have this little early warning system. They also have a little bit of like a taunt on their south side, right? As teams move in, they're going to have to deal with Eren first, and Team Spirit can capitalize on that. So everyone on the south side has that little stumbling block potential to trip over on their approach.
Yeah, not only that, but the fact that it's Vibes and Falcons on their north side, it is very easy to deal with I would say.
It's free, you mean?
Heavily discounted. Can't imagine the Vibes or Falcons would cause too much of a problem for them.
Uh-oh. Yeah. It's a little roll down, but they do manage to reply with Flip spray down. Actually, it's Default to get the knock. Flip's getting the spray down. Zadira's here for the nade over to Flip, and Default now the last to stand. Zadira for 77. Going to stand up. I think they may know where he is. He gets the heal off, though, for Default, as Virtus Pro crunching on the far side. That is going to be the end of Na'Vi, but the fight rages on. There's more still to do. The work continues as Virtus Pro have 3. They aren't in the zone, but they have got the inside track against 77.
77 sending those nades over the top. And the smokes go down to provide a pathway on Clouds down the hill. Try and play this game out a little bit better, because all this leads down towards Team Spirit with their compound. Good shots from Malloy, though.
Guild eliminated. Malloy keeping his ridgeline under control. Virtus Pro have allowed 77 to get ahead of them here a little bit, and it's all up to the position out here for Bishke to give them that ridgeline to get a little bit further north. 77 extending further with vibes off in the distance. RCB contained on the south edge as well. Team Spirit just keep going. Goodness me. Brute Force as well, locked into that fight with RCB on the south side. They have had a down player. I'll try and get that res as soon as possible. Bishke continues to be an anchor for the team to try and regroup towards the nades bounce. A little bit long, but that one's good from Koa. Gets Zadira down, and 77 playing on as 2.
He's going through. Zadira might be able to be picked up here by Shifu. Eren finding one of the players from Team Spirit's bad news, but at least they do pick him up regardless. I think that is Team Spirit going down to 3 though, which is not ideal.
Nomi got flushed as well, their MVP, so
Oh god.
definitely far from ideal. That's basically them at half power, losing that one player.
You're not wrong. You're not right. He is sort of 1.5 of a player on their team. 1.5 of a guy.
He's got 2
Good
hands.
shots.
Playing on 2 phones. Guy's insane. Bishke sprayed down. Shifu able to make it work. 2 players for 77 now. 2 players alive for Virtus Pro as well. But I mean, what do you do with a circle like this? It's just kind of crazy. If you can isolate the positions to the west of Team Spirit's compound, I mean, maybe you can get some oversight shots, but even then, it's just so open. There's not really like a hard ridge to play towards them on.
The difficulty comes with Team Spirit losing a player because they can't hold the 2-2 split on either side of the road. Eventually, they're going to have to regroup on one side or pray that the crash goes poorly for Brute Force. That's realistically how this circle is going to end, is with 2 teams on either side of the road. If they can get shots over towards Brute Force as they come in, though, you can see how open it is and difficult to crash that location. They only have 3 guns poking out from these windows. And Brute Force will have backstops to take shots over towards them. This is going to have to be very clean from Team Spirit. And they don't have a lot of nades. Remember, they expended so many of them over towards Eren. And they're crucial. Yeah, and they're crucial for preventing actual crashes like this.
Or at least getting some opening damage onto them to allow them to have a big advantage in the opening phases of that crash. Brute Force, I mean, they know there's a team in here, right? They know Team Spirit are here. Matic peeking the window. As Niels backs him off, he crosses back in. A long wrap around towards this west side. Brute Force trying to find a different angle against the approach, but Matic tears pre-pod out of this approaching vehicle. That is how you stop a crash. 2 players now on in to try and go for this effect, layering damage through. In the meantime, Falcons and Virtus Pro clashing. It's 1-for-1 on the trade knocks. Falcons have the numbers advantage here. Virtus Pro now, just 1 player alive. It's Koa. Shots out that direction. Can Team Spirit hold Brute Force, though, as well as Virtus Pro do finally fall? Falcons now on the outside track. Could potentially find a third party. Furia, nade in the building, is cooking up. Brute Force on their last surviving player. And a good open. There's the nade they were looking for. 9 eliminations now. And it's the end game. 3 players alive for Team Spirit. Falcons actually going low to Brute. And a lot of damage done. This is their chance. Can they read into this? Can they flex out? Have they been tracking this? Has Nomi been able to feed that information on the elimination feed back over?
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit, though, honestly, Matic, hats off to him. What a wonderful hold, honestly. You got Neos, as well as the players coming through on the vehicle. It was a very good call out from someone on the other side of the road who said that they're trying to wrap around the crash on the backside of your building. He immediately stops facing Neos on the backstop and then goes for shots that way. So Neos' position completely becomes useless. But yeah, very, very good switch. Now it's a 4v3. Again, Falcons, not exactly the best team in the world. However, certainly a team that can do something in a 4v3.
Okay. There was a second half to that sentence. Gotcha.
Yeah, they're saving... 37 bullets.
Oh, no.
That's
So,
not
3.5
ideal.
versus 3.
Yeah. Ragnar's got quite a few, though, be able to pass them back.
I mean, it is kind of a little bit unfair that this circle has done this. Team Spirit. With this ridgeline that Matic's holding as well.
I dare you to go for the loot crates.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on. Go for the loot crates. You can see those red plumes of smoke on the left-hand side of your screen. They sit in the circle just ahead of Falcons. At the moment, Team Spirit, the highest elimination count is on Kitsune. So I was making fun of him before. But you know what? Take Nomi out the mix all of a sudden. Kitsune's like, oh, yeah, I'm actually also really good at this game. So
I was just letting Nomi get all the eliminations.
It was actually really easy for me. I just didn't want to put in the presses. I didn't want to
Spark
touch that AMOLED screen too much.
I don't know what Spark thinks he's doing. Like,
he's so sneaky.
He needs to get back in the vehicle because this is a really bad spot to be in.
Oh no, is this potentially a terrible rotation as well? They are rolling up, all 3 in a vehicle, and they are just going to step out. Spark is trying to suppress it, but this nade, he has 7 nades effect. Okay, where have you been hiding those? Spark breaks cover, the blue zone's there, he goes down off in the distance. Now Matic can regroup, he knows that all 3 of Falcons have hopped out into this angle as Effect starts pushing these nades on in through towards the Falcons building now, the corner of the compound that they hold. Matic reposition. This is how you go for the Matic. Classic. He's going to take the side swipe. I'm expecting in 3, 2, 1. No, he's regrouped. It's the Effect nade instead to the back lines. Matic thinks better of it. He's reined in, finally. He listens to Kitsune's call there. And they break it back. Effect, 2 more nades behind the wall. What are they doing? They're all dead. Effect just puts a nade on top of them and they're like, wait a minute, we didn't expect to make this. What do we do now? It's Team Spirit. Oh, crap. We're going to die. And they do. It's Team Spirit with the 3-beat, a triple chicken dinner on the cards. And it is magnificent.
That's probably the highest pitched laugh I've had in a while.
It's real squeaker.
I honestly did not expect the nade to take down all 3 of them.
Fair enough.
It was like, oh, and it's over. Wow, okay, interesting. But yeah, I actually don't think Matic was going for a Matic Classic. I think he was just passing back information of where they were on the back wall, which is why Effect knew exactly where to place that nade through. So it's actually very, very smart. Yeah, no chicken dinners for anyone else today other than Team Spirit. And 3 granola bars accrued so far. 3 granolas. Wow.
That's really solid.
That's big granola action right now.
They're going to have some excellent snacking.
Eating good.
Hell
Eating good
yeah.
tonight.
A lot of fiber.
Yeah, maybe too much.
They're doing well.
I
Yeah,
did-
actually,
I've
yes.
heard
You've got to
some-
stop winning now, guys.
I've
too
heard
much
some
fiber
horror
in your diet.
stories actually, so yeah, you should.
Yeah, that's, don't want
Back
to get
it
in a
up.
lift with them after their day like this.
True. Dear me. But yeah, wonderful game. What another awesome game from them.
Just so good.
Circle's like, man, you guys fancy going to
but-
PMGC?
Team
Yes.
Spirit, though.
Would you like to go to PMGC, guys? Thank you, man.
Oh no, I've just been told what graphic we've got next.
No.
Team Falcons team stats. I'm not sure if is this going to be from this match or from week 1. Yeah, this is just this match. Does it count how
It's
many
not
times they all
bad.
stacked on top of an enemy nade? Is there a row for that? Because that would be a big one.
Yeah,
on that.
big one on all of them. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Spark does make a big mistake. Let's be quite frank about it. The fact that he didn't get in the vehicle and regroup with the rest of the team, like that off angle was providing them with absolutely no value. And the value they had was that they had 4 players compared to Team Spirit's 3. But yeah.
And if you're going to choose a player to be on the off angle, choose someone with more than 30 bullets. I mean, like, that's kind of the whole thing of having the off angle, is that you can take shots, right? If you don't have shots to take, what's the point of you being there in the first place? It was potentially a big misstep there for the Falcons. But Team Spirit are very happy to claim a 3rd chicken dinner. Can anyone stop them? Because right now, it's looking insane. We'll see you guys after the break.
for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
Well, what a way for Team Spirit to carry on. They have been dominant today. They were fairly dominant yesterday as well, as they managed to get the MVP title for Nomi. I'm right now expecting that to be exactly the same today. So it might be a triple MVP run out for Team Spirit. But now they have got a TDM Warehouse Challenge.
Yeah. There's really not much to be said today other than Team Spirit really cool.
Very
Team
cute.
Spirit really good.
So cute.
Kind of stronger than everyone else right now.
Not very little that anyone's able to do about it. And maybe because of that, they'll be able to nab another $500. They were able to win out their TDM yesterday. And hopefully they'll be able to do the same today, obviously, with Nomi getting that MVP call-out match. He was brutal. And you can see this is our challenge schedule. Today is Friday, so we're having that second after match 3. Tomorrow will be Saturday, and we'll have that third after match 3. And then after Saturday, traditionally comes Sunday, and we'll be adding that fourth into the mix. So per match, you get $500 for a total of $6,000 given out for the 12 matches that we're going to see in the warehouse over the 3 weeks of league play. Not for the finals, just for league play.
That's correct. So we'll be getting into game very soon on the Warehouse Showdown. And then we'll be heading to another short break. And then more games ahead of that. But in the meantime, Warehouse time.
I think you mean more Team Spirit chicken dinners is what we're going to head to after that, right?
That's right. More.
That's right.
More chicken dinners for Team Spirit. Here are our previous results. 40-39. Team Spirit winning versus S2G. However, this was a lot less close about 7 minutes into the game. I think it was about 38-25. Somehow S2G turned this into a 38-38 at the last minute of the game, which was somewhat crazy.
I think S2G actually managed to get 39-38 at one point, right? In the closing moments of it.
Yeah, terrifying.
But then Team Spirit were like, bat, bat.
No.
And S2G took it to the chin. That's a 2SG on the graphic there. That wasn't right.
Hit them with the finger wag. Did you just see the top of my finger there? Yeah, pretty good. That's both now a Smiling Friends meme, but I think you maybe brought back the Jurassic Park meme. Was that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, that was.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
That's the.
See, I was having this debate with someone the other day, and they were like doing it. And I was like, Smiling Friends or Jurassic Park? And they were like, Smiling Friends. And they're like, what is Jurassic Park? And I was like, oh, you don't know what Jurassic
So you know those
Park
films
is.
that Chris Pratt's in?
Yeah.
It's those, but with like Jeff Goldblum
Yeah.
and way cooler. So.
To be fair, Jeff Goldblum in that first one, awesome. So good, so good.
Life finds a way. It's a good line.
It is. It is. Chaos theory. Something like that. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, we're gonna
And then-
see some dinosaurs. We're gonna go on this Jurassic. What is it? A park? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. A good
Pretty
time.
good, actually. I'll give you that. That's actually quite a good impression. I like that.
Yes, I've been working on it in my bedroom on my own, and it's
I'm gonna-
now public.
Practice that.
Mm,
I'm not sure where the game is. I think it's coming
I don't
at
know.
some point. But we're waiting. Maybe we stare at the camera until the game starts.
It's not starting.
It's not starting yet.
I can't get.
Oh.
Okay, all right. Let's take a look at the head-to-head between Team Spirit and Power for this week. This is week 2.
Wowzers.
Of course, Power not doing quite as hot, but they did have the challenge, the call-up. We haven't seen them today on the battlefields, but they will be going to the battlefields. The averages now on your screen.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Very cool.
That's awesome. 8.8 eliminations average? What the hell? What's
That's
this?
kind of unbelievable, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the highest I've seen is like 6.5. And even that, I was like, oh, 6.5. That's kind of crazy. 8
And
though.
given that they've played, what is it now? They're on 15 matches
15
played.
matches, yeah, that's right. I knew that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
15 matches. Yeah, 50. Yeah,
Oh,
15.
15.
Oh, 15.
Of
Yeah,
course, 15 matches.
Yeah. And their average survival time at 22 minutes kind of doesn't indicate how strong they've been, right? But it is all in those limbs.
Yeah. It's impressive. Very impressive.
You just got that running through your mind now. haven't you?
I do,
Goodness
yeah.
me. It's a very
I
catchy
do.
little thing.
The finger
I
whack.
can't remember who it is. I think it's I can't remember who like puts that in.
It's
That's a good
the what's his name? The hacker guy.
Hacker guy.
Jurassic Park. Type in
Yeah, we're
Google.
both typing
I
it
got
right
it.
now.
Nedry. Dennis Nedry.
Nedry. Okay.
Dennis Theodore Nedry.
Oh, okay. You
Yeah,
didn't say the magic word.
I actually really like this though. Dennis Theodore
yeah?
Nedry was the main antagonist during the first half of the original Jurassic Park film. Now, imagining that insinuates that the T-Rex was the main antagonist for the second half of the movie, which would make sense, right?
That
would
does make sense. Isn't
Yeah.
that the guy who gets spat at by the lizard with the frilly neck?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I was really annoyed in that movie because I feel like he planned it out so meticulously, like, right? And then all the rain starts coming down and it's all really difficult to see and stuff. I feel like he would have planned out the route to get out. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
You'd assume so, right?
You'd hope so.
I don't think he would have got lost.
Yeah, it seems a little bit unlikely, but
Yeah.
that is far less fun dramatically. We're going to be having one hell of a dramatic show, I'm sure, between Team Spirit and Power as they take
Oh my
to
god!
the warehouse.
It's on the screen.
It's a match.
I don't believe it. That's a nice name. It's too far though.
Yes.
Ooh, Power. You better get ready for the power of Team Spirit.
Oh yeah. Got to stand up to it.
Satan's about to get exercised.
Certainly going to have a lot of running around to do, so plenty of exercise for him. If he wants to take this one down, hey, they start off well, and Nomi is the one to go down.
Damn.
-1 circle for you.
Well, no. Satan with some demonic moves on his side of things. Matic is just whew, backwards and forwards. Where's he going to be next? Who knows?
4-4. Effect. Challenge. Al-Haji down. 6-4. 6-5. As effect. Puts another one. 2 points in the lead now. Team Spirit. They're pretty happy to get stuck in on this engagement.
We're down.
Ooh.
Couple of shots. Naomi goes down. 8-7. Bish bash bosh. Fidan goes down. He's in the front line, so they don't have a frontliner anymore. Effect moves forward. Stun grenade still in the pocket, though. Looks to make it happen. 70% of his HP gone. Effect will finish it off.
Ooh, puts another stunner down to the back lines. And Kitsune breaks forwards here for Team Spirit. They're pushing back to the spawn easy. Hang on a minute. There's a guy on your flank, and Kitsune's peeking towards their spawn exit here. As Power absolutely getting rinsed. Put through the wash as Team Spirit. Looking fairly clean with it, but Nomi breaks out, actually gets that. Okay, all right. Effect is still going, and Easy is fairly low on the ammo there. Will need to go for the reload, and immediately Effect steps out. Kitsune's there. He was in for the backup. Will not go down to Al-Haji, but they can 1-2 trade. And it's 18-9, 18-10. Sorry, I take that back. I didn't mean it.
18-11 now, though. Ooh, it's getting
very different.
Spicy. 20-12. 2012. What was that? Aztec calendar proven to be incorrect.
Oh, it's 2014 now. We're getting into what is this? Carly Rae Jepsen.
That's right. Yes, exactly. Heelys just went out of fashion.
Oh dear. Not yet in for the revival. Whoa, we're in the future. 21
Oh my
22
God. 22-14.
We've colonized Pluto.
The hover cars. Hover cars are real. 22-15.
Oh dear.
Turtles are now immortal.
Joe Biden is running for an 89th term.
Whoa, what? Really? This is crazy.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe it.
Oh, we're getting far into the future now.
23-16. We live underwater now.
Wait, hang on a minute. I need Power to get 2 eliminations, and then you've got a 2319, which is the name of the code for a child's contamination in Monsters, Inc.
Oh, damn. Well, that's not meant to be. It's 25-16 now.
Yeah.
We are real big into the future. What happens in 27-17? 28-17?
I don't know. I can't keep track of the years. They are just flying fast right now.
We're in the year 3000.
Okay, all right. Busted have just released a hit
And your
single 117 years ago. They live underwater, but not much else is different. And then the Jonas Brothers have ripped them off. Oh my goodness.
Damn, that's so unfortunate. It's really mean. They've been brought back from cryogenic freezing.
Oh dear. It's unfortunate, but you know, Busted wrote the year 3000, right? But so many people believe that the Jonas Brothers wrote it because they did a cover of it and it was really very successful.
That's
what I mean.
mean.
It is.
I had Busted on DVD, not DVD, CD.
So did I. I had 2 of their albums on CD. They were
same. Very good. I like a little silver CD player, actually.
The one where they had that little mugshot lineup. Oh, by the way, Team Spirit won that. Wow. I don't know if you caught. It was pretty dominant.
Really good.
Yeah, the one where they had a little mugshot lineup of the 3 of them. They were real punk, real cool.
It was super sick. I enjoyed it. Team Spirit, though. Most dominant win so far, by the way. Very good. Very good from them. What else was I going to say? Yeah, don't you think it's weird that the announcer goes, be careful, you're about to win?
Maybe that's to the other team. It's like,
No,
be careful,
it's like
they're about to win.
No, it's be careful, you're about to win. Specifically, you're. You are. I'm like, sure, it'd be like, well done, you're about to win. Not.
Oh, dear. Well,
Be careful.
Team Spirit looking like the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the second half of Jurassic Park there. A major antagonist and a major force to be reckoned with. Could not be handled. And Team Spirit, find a way.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Sanhok, Erangel, the warehouse. Is there anywhere that Team Spirit can be taken down right now? It's not looking so sure, but we do have another dose of Erangel, one more, in fact, left for you today. After that, it will be Miramar, so make sure you stay tuned as well for that. But it has been a day of team spirits, just absolutely wiping the floor with everybody else. Helped out by the circle in that last match a lot, less so in the other maps, but still always putting on a show.
Oh, what is this?
No,
in-ears, no headsets.
No, come on now.
What?
Don't be silly.
Well, discussions happening right now on your screens.
Oh, yeah.
What is the decisions being made? Oh.
What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? Well, I want to look at the overalls. Let's take a look at what happened after the third map today. 208 points earned blank. They are 10 points away right now from getting a 100-point lead against Heroic. 11 points, sorry. They are so close to being able to keep that one going, which would be monumental with only one day of theirs left to play.
It's crazy. It's so crazy right now at the moment for Team Spirit. 7 chicken dinners. They are just under half their games chicken dinners. Every time, all the time. No messing around. Power, 65 points. Been left in the dust by Team Spirit.
It's so hard to kind of focus on everybody else. But the main thing that the impact of the performance of Team Spirit has had is that the rest of the tables have become so volatile, right? Because they have soaked up so much of this points scoring capability, the points from the lobby, a lot of them going over their way. It means that the differences between the rest of the steps on that table are going to be a lot smaller, which means that even teams down towards the bottom with 1-2 good matches, especially remember, because Team Spirit are going to have to take a day off, there is an opportunity for them to jump really far up the tables, right? And potentially get a whole load more league ranking points, which will help them get to the finals, which will help them get to PMGC at the end of the year. Make sure that you grab some tickets down below. You can see the QR code with the 40% early bird discount. That is limited, so make sure you're grabbing them nice and quickly. That is in London, in the XL Centre, and it's going to be exciting to be in my home country for the finals for the PMGC.
Oh, no, right? Here's my impression of Kitsune. Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, what about if we got the 4th chicken dinner of the day, though? What about that?
Here's my impression of Nomi. You mean, what if I got it, right?
Yeah, I feel like Nomi's a little bit cooler about it.
Okay, you don't think he's braggadocious? You think he's a little bit...
No, dude. Even when Nomi's doing well, he still seems like he's upset. He's got this permanent face of like, I could be doing better. And it's like, Nomi, you literally, like, if we were playing battleships right now, you've blown everyone else's ship out of the water. Okay?
He can't brag. He's mewing. He's busy.
Exactly. And now you're demanding we reset the board? You're demanding we reset the board now, Nomi?
He's just like, you can have... He's like, you guys have like 3 extra battleships. It's fine.
Yeah.
I need a disadvantage.
You can also have a short break whilst you do that. We're not going to short break, though. We're not. Promise.
No, that'd be silly.
That would be silly. We will remain
hopeful,
vigilant.
Oh,
Whoa!
What's that?
Whoa!
Get the back up.
What are you
Out my
doing?
personal space.
What's on his hands?
What's on his hands?
He's got a phone on his hands. Make him stop.
Someone check him hands.
Check him hands right now. Check him phone. Check him phone.
Very good. Infinix GT20 Pro. Cool screen. AMOLED. 144 hertz.
Yeah. Wow.
120 FPS.
I don't like what Ralph is doing there. I think it's rehearsed.
Oh? Is that what you're vibing with right now?
Yeah, he was like, something's wrong.
Oh, the plane's going.
Yeah,
I'm seeing it. Tricked you. Are you worried? I can smell it. I think you're worried.
I am really worried. I mean, a referee came over like to 2 tables.
Dear. Plane path from South George. over to Novo as the guitars carry us in. Little opening motif for the match.
I guess you could say it's the guitars, right? I was like, is it synthesizer or guitar?
It could be like synth guitar, but yeah.
But yeah.
No, that's guitar.
Yeah, that's guitar. Oh, I'm so worried about the rehost, bro. But I don't think it's happening. I don't think it's happening.
It's not happened yet.
I think I'm baiting everyone.
Yeah, I think fun.
No
way!
Yeah!
Production's called it. Mike was right. Oh dear.
Oh, I felt
Mystic
it in
Meg.
my bones. Felt it in my bones, bro.
Mystic Meg's gazing into his crystal ball over there.
Yeah. I was like,
Wait,
I
hang
don't
on a minute.
know.
Have we been baited by production?
No.
Is this actually a rehost?
No, it's back to us, bro. It's coming
No,
back
we
to
are
us.
going back to us. We've been told it's back to us.
Yeah.
So if that's not true, then suck it, guys. But no, here we are. We're back in.
This is my casting position, by the way.
We're leaning into it. Yeah.
This is how I cast. So
We sink down.
Like, when I'm on broadcast, I'm like this.
Yeah. Hey.
And I'm like, I do this. And then we get up broadcast, might get like
I do this.
around a
This is
little
my-
bit. And then I'm
This is my
over
little
here.
setup. You go out of focus. and
I
everything.
got to focus big time, but I'm like down here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sup,
I've got
guys?
to organise my mic arm.
Yeah. It's probably
Yeah.
not good for my voice, honestly, because I'm shrimpified right now. Super shrimpified.
Sometimes if I get really hype, I have to stand up and I have to bring the mic with me like this.
Oh,
But we're
really?
going to go to a break. We're going to go to a break, guys. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
All right. See you later, guys. Bye. See you soon.
We have a plane path. That is right. We are heading into our third and final Erangel for today. We have got a plane path from Primorsk up to Lipovka. We're going to be changing things around. You saw there the damage numbers. No, that was not a glitch. Nomi is just that far ahead right now. Team Spirit have been leading by example at the front of the tables. They have broken past that 200-point barrier, and they are looking for more as well. We'll see what more they can get done in the 3 matches they've got left today. Guild dropping down south onto a backup drop there on that military island, so could get funky, but it looks like over on the west side, is that Team Spirit on a hot drop?
Let's, yes, it is. Versus Zeus. Nomi has punched Maniac to death. Darkin.
Ooh.
2 micros, he's on his back. Prepared to dual wield the darkness that is Team Spirit that looks to envelop them. Nomi already on 2 eliminations so far. A hopeless grenade sent out the window, hoping to deter the terrible mass of Team Spirit players underneath.
Oh, no. That was unfortunate.
Punch him.
If he'd have held his nerve.
Punch him harder.
Get him.
Harder.
Back. Looking like
He's
Conor
taking
McGregor
no damage
4
for
years
some
ago.
reason. How did he do that? It's like invincible.
It's like, he's actually a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Super
So
strong
we're punching
shell.
him on the shell.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Nice. Congratulations, Team Spirit.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga, guys. Ride that wave, dudes.
That's right.
You want a slice
Whoa.
of pizza after this one?
Master Splinter, let's get some pizza.
What's the evil guy called again? Shredder.
Shredder. Yeah.
Shredder.
All these references, I feel like this is very much Jason Kaplan's territory.
No, dude, because there's a new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles directed by Seth Rogen, which is actually very good.
Is it? Is it animated?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's actually a really cool one because basically I think it's a bunch of teenagers. I think they literally brought in a bunch of teenagers. Would you look at that? To voice the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay.
And he basically doesn't really give them the story is they didn't really give him a script.
Yeah.
And he just let them just riff, and
Right.
turned out quite well actually. But everyone complains that like it's not good enough animation. The fight scenes aren't that great, but like if you actually watch the show, it's pretty awesome. Yeah.
All right.
There you
I'll give
go.
it a chance.
You should. It's very
Because
good.
there have been some pretty big missteps in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles history.
Yeah.
Some of the live action stuff was.
No, the live action
questionable.
stuff is kind of good.
Some of it is.
Yeah.
Some of it isn't really not. It's
Yeah.
very touch and go.
Some of it's quite terrifying.
Yeah. It's like that Mario film from what was it, like the 90s, I think.
Yeah.
Some
I
of that is just
I know which one you're talking
it's like
about.
terrifying. Not the new one.
The Koopas are horrid.
Yeah, that's just like,
Koopas,
what have you decided to do?
Mario
Even Mario and
movie.
Luigi.
Whoa.
Like,
Live action.
yeah,
Let me
it
have
was
a
not the
look.
choice. It was not the play. It was
I
not
have,
the
to, I have to remind myself. Yeah. This thing.
play. This thing, yes. Accurate description.
This thing is not right. Let me send you a photo.
It's a bad time. Okay, yeah. You guys can watch the game. We're having a conversation about Mario right now. Oh my god, that is really awful. That's Bowser, right?
No, that's a Koopa.
Is that just a Koopa? Oh.
Yeah, it's meant to be a Koopa.
Yeah, that's actually sickening.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Take that
isn't
away.
it? Yeah, sorry.
Take that away.
I'll delete it from the chat. I apologize.
Thank you very much. Twisted Minds and S2G going to be clashing a little bit on the Heaven compound here. Twisted Minds uphill. The circle is on the east side. So actually a pretty important compound. Generally, you are going to hold this as 2 teams on a wide split, but this early on definitely could afford to go for a roll down on either S2G side or Twisted Minds side. With S2G getting the pick, this is an opportunity for them to fully push in, but I feel like they may need a little bit more cohesiveness right now. S2G quite split.
Yeah, I mean, the first pick is great, but actually working this compound is a different thing entirely. They instantly get the refresh on Coops. Not a Cooper. Just a Coops. 77 though, 1 elim. Pretty banging. Pretty good. Team Spirit though, come on. I know you want that 4th chicken dinner. Show me the money.
Oh, Coop's up. Oh, the slow-mo. Let's go.
Wow.
Yo, did you hear that slowdown? He nailed that.
Oops, don't do it. You'll never make it.
It's like that scene in the first Spider-Man film with Tobey Maguire, where Flash the bully, played by Joseph Manganiello, I think. Is that his name?
Damn, that's
Joe
crazy
Manganiello.
name. Let's have a look at Flash the
runs at
bully.
him, and then he like starts swinging, and Tobey Maguire's like, "Why are you just like moving in slow motion?" He's like, just dodging out the way.
Yeah.
Just like slaps him back along the corridor. It's great. More film talk as Team Spirit find Guild.
Joe Manganiello.
Oh, I think, yeah. He played Deathstroke. Very successful. Anyway. Matic spotted. Second knockcode towards Team Spirit.
Not Team
Bad.
Spirit. Oh,
Hang on a
one
minute.
player down already.
Illegal. Illegal knee from Guild.
Illegal knee. Below the belt. They don't know where he is. What?
They're like, wait, he's not in there. Exo's now trapped.
Come on, Team Spirit. Assist your man.
Ragnarok. Pumping with the DBS. RCB in the meantime. So we seem to have entered full meantime. And again, he steps forward. Ragnarok still keeping on going. Goodness me. He's tearing RCB apart.
They're all burning. I was mid-yawn. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Can we get that as an audio clip? Please. That was beautiful. Oh dear, not so beautiful for RCB though, because Yusuf dismantling them. Oh, sorry, Ragnarok dismantling them primarily. Yusuf down. A sacrifice. They're all burning.
They're all burning out there. They're all running into the fire. It's not good.
What would you say they're burning like?
So they're burning like fries in hot oil,
Okay.
which was unsupervised,
Okay, right.
uncoopavized.
Better. Here we go. Matic is still down, but Kitsune's still alive. Nomi is down as well. Magna with 2 players alive on Guild. Spot the nade. Alright, boom. No 4P. Can't happen now.
Yeah, that's sad. Oh well.
They got 5 elims though this match. This is not a bad game. Like,
I'm not interested in this match anymore.
yeah. It's kind of sad. Like, I know there's like 4 teams rotating in parallel right now to a mad hardship to the east, but like Team Spirit are dead, so like tuning out right now.
Did like a nollie in the car. What the hell?
Whoa, that's
Do it
bonus
again.
points. He needs to chain that trick.
He does. 300 times 3 multiplier times 4 multiplier.
Front side, 180.
Triple kickflip. Pizza slice.
I think we've gone insane playing.
Yeah. Been a long couple of weeks.
Definitely has. Virtus Pro challenging Guild, but they beat Team Spirit, which means that Virtus Pro are doomed, even though it's just Exo.
Come on, Exo. You got 6 grenades to work with here.
That's so many grenades.
It's a plentiful amount of grenades. Do the same trick you did versus Kitsune.
Yeah, give him
Bank it off
the
the
old
window.
Give him the old razzmatazz.
Sees his little face in the window there. What
Oh.
are you doing?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they won't get that.
Trick him out. Trick him out a little bit.
Wow, what a trick shot there. Bishke banks it off the back of the stairs, and Virtus Pro
But we're likely going to die
able to do.
the brute force,
Do you think?
though. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Almost certainly.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway,
Yeah.
back to the game at hand. This is... Where is this? This is right
This is
down towards
Narvi.
Varia Pier.
This is behind Virtus Pro.
Yeah. Coastal side rotate. Looking nice coming up the beach.
Oh yeah. Perfect suntan. Although with the jerseys that they wear, that is cut off mid-bicep.
You know, who is it with the bad sleeves?
Is it Kelsey?
It might
Is
be...
someone on S2G?
Yeah, I think you're right. It's either Hamzy or Kelsey. Either way, if they were going for a suntan, do you think they'd come away with like little tan bands on their arms?
Just like little tan strip. I think you're right. It's Hamzy. I think it's Hamzy.
I think it's Hamzy. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Could be anyone. Could be literally anyone ever.
Yeah. Anyway, here's your lesson. Pull your sleeves all the way up.
And always wear sun cream if you're going
and
out. And
always wear sun cream. Oh my god. If you've not heard the equivalent of the 2008 TED Talk that is always wear sunscreen, go enlighten yourself right now.
Yeah. I had a real bad run-in with the sun in Greece. I forgot to put sun cream on my feet. And I pretty much couldn't walk for 2 days. And the rest of the time, couldn't go out in the sun at all. It was a great holiday.
Bad. I think I did something very similar in France though, but I was like, I was just like strewn over a really old-timey chair. Like, you know, ones you'd find at like your grandparents' house.
Yeah.
Strewn over one of those because my entire body was burnt. I just couldn't go out. Family would come home and I was just there.
Mode.
Yeah, and I was just like dangling off it with my Game Boy Advance.
That's
my GBV. Cool kids like to call it.
Whoa.
Yeah, GBA actually.
Yeah, what's the V about?
Don't know. Advance. I was like V. Advance.
GBA. Yeah, that's right.
What was I talking about before this? Yeah, always wear sun cream. Have you not heard like the poem?
No.
Oh, dude.
Okay, all right. This is something I feel like I've missed out on.
You'll love this.
Okay, I'm sure I will.
I'm gonna...
Like a bit of poetry.
Yeah, it's...
Inherited that from my mother. Big fan of poetry she is. Loves the stuff.
I can't... This feels like...
Feels like it's a John Allen niche.
Yeah,
but
this is
okay.
up John Allen Street.
Okay.
There you go. You can listen to that after the show.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic.
That's a treat for you. That's a 5-minute treat.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And afterwards, I'll always wear sun cream. Although I do that anyway.
It's just advice for life. But he gives so much advice on life in that poem. But sunscreen is still the top one out of everything, which it should be.
After I got my feet terribly burnt in Greece, this was like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
I went to the pharmacy to like get stuff to deal with it, and I just like walked in, hobbled in, and pointed at my feet, and they just like took me to the sunburn section.
Like, yeah, wow, that's bad.
They were like, "We know what you need. All right, come in."
That is bad. Like you just came in like a toddler.
Yeah.
They'd just been sick.
Yeah.
My feet.
I threw up.
I threw up. I burnt my feet.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Come
here. Yeah.
They sorted me right out.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, during all that, we have got into stage 4, where I would say the real game actually starts. We have lost a couple of teams, but Trovo very worried about Mr. Rita upstairs. About to turn him into a margarita.
Ooh.
Bake him with the nades. And the Molotov, apparently.
Okay, alright.
I should call this rooftop a stone oven.
Ooh, there's a stone. Lob downstairs, though. Not quite going to bake him. Not this time around. Needs to fold in half.
So much
Make the
ordnance.
calzone as he zones them off with a molly.
They know that there's like a little window up top in Grandma, right?
I don't think they can step out, because look at where Na'Vi are right now as well. Brute force over to the east. It's going to be so hard to actually go outside. Yusuf, though, does find a way. And we'll be able to find the shots.
Finds a way.
It's the pause in the middle. It's just so Jeff Goldblum, you know. It's
Yeah,
brilliant.
that's very good. 77 looking over towards Fireflux, who have so far not being all that on fire. But they have certainly fluctuated between last week and this. It has been a little bit disappointing in terms of performance.
Have
But they
fire
just-
fluctuated.
That's what I'm saying. They fire fluctuate. Yeah, that was the point.
There we go.
You've got
Oh.
it.
So the joke you made, I then thought you hadn't
You
made
made
it,
the
and then I made
joke.
it.
That's fair, because
Excellent.
you didn't think I made the joke. So
Yeah.
you thought that joke was smart, therefore I'm happy.
Yeah.
now I feel smart.
It's actually a compliment.
Yeah.
Either way, the northwest side goes a little bit pear-shaped. There we go. And they're dead.
And there we go. Well, this team got split in two. Like a hair. Not very well looked after. Always wear sunscreen. On your hair.
I mean,
You could. Does it have any benefits?
I don't think so, because hair provides shade. And hair cells, I think, are technically dead, right? For the majority of it, so can't be affected. Unless you're
Apparently
bald.
you can get hair sunscreen.
If you have like really, really short hair, right? Like if you've got a buzz cut, you probably should be putting sun cream on
No, it's like,
wherever you're.
it's actual
close crop.
hair sunscreen. It's meant to prevent your hair from fading.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Is that one of those?
Because it gets bleached by the sun, right?
Is that one of those lifestyle brands that sells you on jade eggs and things?
Jade eggs.
Yeah, weird stuff.
Weird things.
Yeah, like weird wellness stuff. You know,
Maybe.
you need these essential oils. They're essential.
They are essential.
I've never used an essential oil, so it's obviously not that essential.
I think all you need is a cleanser, moisturizer, and sunscreen. That's it. Those are 3 things for skincare. That's all you need.
Yeah, not essential. Circle hard shift up to the north side. And it is now essential for the teams on the south side, including this fight between 77 and Fireflux, to move up to the north edge. Brute Force taking care of the position out to their west really bolsters their strengths. If they can control the rotates from Fireflux up this west side, they're going to have a good time here. But could potentially be crashed on by teams like the Galaxy and see what they can get done. But this fight still just needs to conclude.
Scarface. Nades over the top. This might be the best game quite a while here for Fireflux. If they can continue current performance standards in this match at least, not for the rest of their matches, that's been bad.
Ooh, 77 on the dash out. Fireflux crossfire with Nigma Galaxy and with the outpost of Twisted Minds. 77 on the X marks the spot for the gunfire there. And now it's just Sadira left. A desperate rotate, not going to work out for them. Left with just the one player left standing.
Yeah, it went very poorly. Fireflux makes the right decision, though, to head up towards that north side. There's no players up there. This is... Ooh. No, he's fine. Yeah, there's not many players up here at all, other than the Falcons, potentially Brute Force. Nade pulled out. They know there's players here.
There aren't.
Oh, no.
It's only
This
them.
is where Na'Vi and Trovo both took each other down in the same moment. Damn.
Yeah, Brute Force had that third party as well. So an open door on the west. Nigma Galaxy trying to stop Twisted Minds rotating down on their south side, looking successful in that pursuit as well. 77 eliminated on that south edge. Nigma Galaxy taking shots from the north from Brute Force as well as Twisted Minds on the south, but Twisted Minds are going to have to move first. Nigma Galaxy can hold their angles, look for the knocks, look for the confirms as well. Nade goes long, doesn't connect. Robs is closer, and SnowX backs off.
Nigma Galaxy, like you say, holding out Twisted Minds. Robs moving up, though. As a nade, usually pretty good with him. First one doesn't go too well. Coops is down and out. And now Robs once again has to play the spy gameplay. Getting up as close as possible towards Nigma Galaxy, but I think this might be a little bit hopeless.
Nade. Some low HP bars on Nigma Galaxy makes these early pickups, especially when you connect on the shoulder with a shotgun rather than losing that entirely. You can Managed to get knocks where maybe you wouldn't be able to. Redox is there. Rob's crawling. The rest of the team moving forwards, and Redox in a 1 versus 4 will be get spotted. Ralph turns around. Right time to do so as well, seemingly. Brute Force on the inside of this circle, controlling Fireflux as they try to run on out. And Solk will go down to Freezer. Virtus Pro, that's now a trampoline, it seems, as he tries to get some vision over the top of the building.
Yep, that's the all-seeing eye trampoline off the top of the convertible.
The Morgoth mobile.
Morgoth mobile, yeah, true. Or Sauron.
I mean, yeah, he's the one with the all-seeing eye.
Pick your dynasty.
But Morgoth was his master.
Yeah. Did have one, actually, I believe. Just
Morgoth
wasn't bound to it, yeah.
Ah, okay.
I believe.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's always the caveat you have to put in whenever you discuss
I
Lord of the Rings lore.
believe.
I'm fairly certain.
Do not
Could be wrong.
light the fires of fandom underneath me.
Ooh, S2G lose Kelsey on the outpost. Enigma Galaxy with a roll down onto the south side. Looking to push through them. This is good stuff from Enigma Galaxy to keep together as 4. But Ralph finally does go down. S2G will be pushed to the back line. Ralph, though, quite exposed on this angle. Hamzy and Swash on the inside. Looking for shots, looking for a nade out the side. Would find Ralph if he can thread this one through. But he bounces it back. Ralph's already closed the distance to the rest of the team. And a nade in for Narvalo to keep them safe. Hamzy G pushed to the back again.
Hamzy G here. Towards the backside. Nade in hand. Has to get a big value off it. Very nice, actually. Almost takes down Snowix. It drops a little bit further down. I think Snowix is out there. Prepod still finding value on the side as Narvalo tries to get a better shot, but opens themselves up towards Brute Force. And I think that is not a rookie mistake, but it's an error that I don't think Narvalo should be making.
2 players for S2G on the south side, locked in with Enigma Galaxy right now, as Brute Force gear up for some rollouts. Falcons from the north side as well with an opportunity. So we're on the compounds out to the east of the Yasnaya fields. Spray down. Excellent catch for Swash on the rollout there as Ralph goes. Hamzy G in for the fight, but they're not paying attention. Behind them, it's Swash who keeps on campaigning to take them down. Will be able to do so, but the last to stand for the team, Enigma Galaxy, fluffed that up real bad. Brute Force potentially with a third-party angle. Vibes have shots out this way, but it will no longer be a threat from the south side. A brilliant turn of events for Swash.
Yeah, very much a whoo moment right there from Enigma Galaxy as Swash just rushes on through. Great shots to the DBS, honestly, very accurate. Now Brute Force down towards the southwest side versus Vibes. Last player from S2G and Falcons. Falcons, second time today. They're in the top 5. Tip the old hat to them. The imaginary hat.
What sort of hat would it be?
It's an imaginary tipping hat.
Ah, yes. The classic tipping hat.
Yes.
The well-known
I think that if I say tipping hat, though, immediately in your head, you go to a certain type of hat. Which hat is it?
Do you think?
Yeah.
I'm thinking
What do you vision?
either top hat or bowler hat.
There you go.
That's one of the two.
Typical
entirely sure.
tipping hat. That's the beauty of it being an imaginary tipping hat. It could be whatever you want it to be, Joe.
Okay, all right. I mean, it could. Yeah, I could have gone for like a trilby.
Yeah.
I wanted to go that direction with it.
Could have gone for just a cap.
Ooh, yeah, like a Peaky Blinder cap.
Or just
Don't want to tip those.
baseball cap.
Other hats are available. Vibes out on the east side going to have to rotate fairly quickly. As they are on the long side. Everybody else a lot closer except for Swash for S2G. Who is kind of trapped on his side. Vibes looking fairly trapped as well, but they do manage to get the 17-point turn done. And they're waiting. They're staggering the rollout. Either that or he's mashed the gearbox. No, he does find his gear. slips into first, revs up for second, the rest of the team dropping out. And actually, with the ridgeline out to this west side, they do have an opportunity to cut in ahead of Falcons.
Yeah, huge possibility, actually. Now, loot crate down there, but they don't have to go for it. They assume the Falcons will be looking that way. Here is the opportunity for Spark to redeem himself, and so far he's done quite well. With the 4 elims, he's stacked up in this game. I don't think it's worth it taking shots at this point, though.
Not quite yet. Everyone is being fairly cacophonous with their ammunition right now, but it's Falcons who land the shot onto Swash. Only 5 rounds needed. That's how you do it. Efficiency.
Efficiency is the name of the game. A lot of times in PUBG Mobile. Falcons, though, stacking up. Decent position. 8 eliminations this match. Good shots over towards Vibes to ruin their chances at using that vehicle anytime soon. Nades get very close. Mazzaro should die to this one.
Oh, just goes short there from Furia on Brute Force. This widespread for Brute Force, it's given them a brilliant advantage with Freezer on this rooftop as well. He's got 2 first aids. We'll have to expend 1 here. I mean, this is such excellent sightlines, right, for him. It's going to make everybody else quake in their boots, I'm sure, as Zone 8 is going to start to close in 30 seconds. Brute Force with the only ones in position.
Brute Force. Some musical rounds going out. You can do it.
Oh, not quite. Not just yet. Spray down from pre-pod. 1, 2. And they will both fall. Did Victor crash into a tree and go down? I think he might have done. Falcons, though, down in the meantime. And Ox sent their way. And Brute Force now only have 1 team to deal with. They know exactly where they are. Ali, that's not going to save you. It's only grass you're hiding behind there. And as we all know, bullet types are super effective against grass types.
You are not wrong. Brute Force sending nades in, and Ali in a little bit of a worrisome spot now. Last 2 teams, decent nade, dodge from Furia, needs to dodge a second. Ooh, it's looking pretty rough for him. Big bounce.
That looks good. Spark, what's going on? Hello?
How's Furia alive?
Hope goes down
GG.
last, though. And they do manage to make it work. Furia doesn't even go down. Brute Force keep things under control. As soon as Team Spirit are out the way, they charge into the chicken dinner. Well fought, well held in the middle of the circle. And a nice cheery high 5 on the end of the line there for them.
Yeah, that is headset hair. Headset head.
Headset hair spotted.
Headset
Oh my
head.
goodness, that was the worst case of headset hair.
Headset head.
I've seen it a long time.
I put my mouse right over it as well. I've spotted it. I see it.
You were locked in. This is where they were burning.
Yeah.
On the yawn.
They're
Goodness
all
me, I love that.
burning. Yeah,
That was so good.
I was sleepy, but not sleepy enough for the Molotov.
Yeah, that's right.
I had to say it.
So,
I was
that's
overcome by a need to explain what was happening.
that happens to me a lot. You know.
I know it does. I'm well
I can
aware. Yeah.
sympathize. Hey now.
Stop it! I have announced my mistake, and you will take this no further.
That's right. Absolutely.
Some clean shots. I don't know. How did Furia live there, John? I don't know.
It's just that good. Talent. Raw, pure talent.
Talons.
I think he hid behind those curtains. I think that's where he was hiding.
Which ones? Ooh, freezers. That's mean. That's cruel.
That's right.
I actually like freezers curtains, man.
Okay, all right.
All right, I respect it. Brute Force though coming with 18 points, and yes, Team Falcons.
Let's go.
The Falcons getting themselves up 15 points, huge.
That is pretty big.
Team Spirit not even on second page. What's going on here?
When you consider they also got a second place in the last match as well. Falcons.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's not bad.
they're the best team in the world.
The police coming for you right now.
Yeah, they're running me down after after I said your joke immediately after you because I stole it.
That was cruel. Yeah, I didn't like that. You didn't know. You had no idea.
Yeah. I was baffled.
Yeah, you were lost in
Bewildered.
the sauce.
Source-based losing.
In
Terrible.
the sauce.
Ooh,
1790 to
sauce on that.
1770. That's
Very
wild.
close. Yeah. That's brute force, really. Enigma Galaxy both taking the fight. Falcons getting 9 eliminations on their match. Team Spirit, even though they went down early, still managed to get 5 points, though. And so, I mean, they've had such incredible games today that their averages are still going to be mega. I think that's going to put them up on 213 points, which means that they are 6 points away from being 100 points ahead. I know that's a lot of points ahead and behind and away, but you get the picture. They're doing really bloody well, even with that map.
John's throwing numbers at you, but he's explained it to you as well. Let's take a look at the overalls coming up at you next. On your screens, Team Spirit, obviously, first place. Where else would they be? Brute Force breaking into 100 points. Triple digits for them. Lovely stuff. Regnum Kaya down below them, 88 points. IDVRX, though, I love saying that now. I love saying it fast. IDVRX still on the first page, 7th place with 12 matches played. The only other team other than Heroic to be on this page with 12 matches.
Yeah, the fact
Heroic
that
have done a little bit better.
Yeah, look, the fact that Heroic are still in 2nd place is incredible, really. And I think, again, it is a little bit of credit to Team Spirit for that, given how many points they've been able to take away from anybody else challenging. Because normally it's the teams around the top that are getting a lot of those chicken dinners, getting a lot of those high-value games, but it just hasn't been happening so far today. So the catch-up to Heroic has been really difficult.
Yeah, Team Spirit's just been going around just slapping everyone out the way.
Yeah.
Pew.
Just
taking them out.
Yeah, that's right. Just back
seen that
time
like,
and time again.
Seen that Australian skit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew exactly what you were talking about as soon as you said that.
That's a break right there.
We're going to break, I guess. See you guys.
Is that a break? Is that our break?
I don't know.
We break? No break.
Not yet. Just a funny John Allen prank there for you.
Funny joke. Actually, break time now.
Oh. Maybe.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
You walk up like, hey, how'd you like me like that? You lay it down, but it's coming off flat. Like, hey, why you acting like that? Lay it down, kiss your mom with that mouth. I've been feeling oh so marvelous. You stand back and just don't bother this. There's some things that I just rather miss now. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for your me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
It has been shown that Team Spirit can bleed, and if it bleeds, we can kill it. That is going to be the case for Guild, who were able to take them down in that last Erangel. But we're done with Erangel now. We're going to head over to Miramar, so potential to get a refresh on the Team Spirit supremacy. Blanks finishing that last mouthful of the chicken dinner that was earned up by brute
You know
force.
what it is?
He's got the leftovers. What have you got?
There's granola bar.
No way.
That's right.
You've been dipping into the Team Spirit granola bar stash. They earned those today.
That's right. I've been doing this whole bit just for this granola bar bit.
Just so you could have a snack later on in the show.
Yeah, that's
Goodness
right.
me.
So,
Let's take a
it.
look at our top 5 Miramar performing teams. Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, 77, IWNRX, Fireflux. IWNRX obviously not playing today. The rest of them are. And Na'Vi, far and away, still the best performing team on Miramar, with their average placement points being on 4. Really impressive stuff, especially given how their week was so far this week. And their average eliminations actually being incredibly high, actually contending with the sort of averages that we're seeing from Team Spirit this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic result from Na'Vi. I really just go down the table for the rest of the teams here. Virtus Pro 77, IWNRX, as well as Fireflux. Tough to tell a lot of our teams apart when they're all black logos. But you do have Virtus Pro, big old polar bear. You respect it. I like that.
It's lovely.
This feels like a real sports team logo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah. It feels like a traditional, a little bit American, I think, with the bold block lines.
So. Yeah, like with the mascot, like a big polar bear mascot.
Yeah, they for sure have a polar bear mascot.
Yeah. A cool looking one as well.
The halftime TDM.
Yeah, the backflips and stuff.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'd like that.
Messing with some of the spectators. They're going around.
Yeah, it's like
challenging them to a 100-meter sprint.
Ruffling people's hairs and stuff.
That's right. Tell you whose hair you don't want to ruffle. It's Damian Wayne, aka Robin from Teen Titans. The Funko Pop on that.
Damian Wayne.
Yeah. The son of Batman. There you go. I think he is the 4th Robin, canonically. Because you've got Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, another one that I can't remember the name of, and then Damian Wayne.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm a big fan of Damian Wayne.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a good name. It's a good name.
As far as I'm aware. Oh, yeah.
Go on. You do it. Yeah, you do it.
No. I had something. I was going back to Damian Wayne. You were about to talk about the Infinix GT20 Pro. I could smell it.
Yeah, Damian Wayne. Infinix GT 20.
20.
Damian 20 GT Infinix Pro. Best phone ever.
Dear.
120 hertz. AMOLED organic display.
That's right. Active matrix organic light emitting diodes.
Why was
Fantastic
there
stuff.
like a weird whooshing noise? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it was just to indicate that. It's Miramar now. We're going into the map over on the desert. Of course, we're going to get nice and hot, and it is more important than ever that our teams have put their sunscreen on, because Team Spirit are burning bright. Even with their last match, they are still sat head and shoulders above the rest of the team, looking nice, looking dandruff-free.
Yep. Heading on through. Where is... Oh, there it is. Sorry. Couldn't find my map feed. It disappeared. For a second. I've located it. It's back.
Got it?
Yeah.
We're back in. You decrypted it?
Yeah, not that I need it right now. I mean, we see the map feed on screen, but it did frighten me. Frightened me for a second.
Yeah. It's alright. You got it now. No map feed can't hurt you anymore. It's not real. We are getting in and amongst the guitar strings. I am fairly certain I'm going to have to call someone because Blank has fully lost his marbles.
What do you mean?
Oh, I've only got like one left anyway, so
I've
I'm
collected all of my marbles and placed them in a small brown
the custody of someone
sack.
else.
No.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. No. But I have misplaced the sack.
Right. Okay. Well, there you go. They're all together.
But I've not lost the marbles. I've just lost the sack in which the marbles are contained.
That's an interesting perspective.
Thank you.
I'll have to really think about that one. I feel like I've got a lot to consider in the early stages of this map.
I would say so. It goes so hard. It goes unreasonably hard, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
I
Do you
mean, yeah.
It doesn't. But the issue is that there's no like crescendo part because it's like an underlying beat and it's like a rhythm, you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you hearing that? You hearing that?
I think what I'm going to have to do,
Yeah.
volume mixer,
You don't-
Google
you can't
Chrome,
turn down. You can't turn down the plain music.
Google Chrome, 25%.
No, you can't do that.
Oh, that's actually much nicer.
No. No.
Oh, that feels so good in my ears right now.
The circle has popped out to the east side of the map, over towards the north edge of Impala, catches La Bendita on the west side, Los Leones. The teams are going to have to break out to the east coast on this path, as the circle is going to grace us with an east edge start to proceedings.
Yeah, pretty far out of the way for a lot of teams. A lot of teams dipped out over towards that western side. They were like, nope. Eastern side is not where I want to be. West is the best. And most of the squads have lived by that phrase. Invertus Pro started on the western side. Though they are heading over towards Puerto Paraiso now. You know. Returning. The bouquet of roses to make it up to Puerto Paraiso. So sorry. We were going to go to Valdemar, but it's not like we saw the circle or anything. We're
Have you
returning
been
because of that.
two-timing with your drop spots on me?
Yeah, pretty much.
Unbelievable. I didn't know that's how Puerto Paraiso sounded, but there you go.
Oh, Puerto Paraiso.
No. Like, that was... Like, hey.
Oh, that's a funny one.
Oh, I've been got.
Yeah, I goofed you.
I am the one who is silly.
I've goofed you good time.
Oh, I'm the goofy. Yuck.
That's good, actually. I like that.
Being the goofy.
Did you know? There's a little fact for you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Donald Duck.
Yeah.
Canonically.
Yeah.
Strongest mage out of everyone in the entirety of the Final Fantasy universe.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously.
Because he's the only character that has casted the magic Zeta Flare without dying. Or being
Without
knocked.
dying. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, without being knocked, sorry. Or eliminated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was
That's impressive.
Yeah. And the best part about it is in the scene where it happens, Goofy, which is why he got me onto it. Goofy
Yeah.
says, "No, Donald, don't." Implying
No,
that...
Donald. No.
Yeah, exactly like that. That was good. That was really, really good. Implying that Donald Duck has done this before. Which is the best part about it. Yeah, that's a little bit of Donald Duck trivia.
Wow. That's some impressive stuff. But does he have an unnecessarily long sword?
No, he's not quite like Cloud.
I was more going for Masamune on Sephiroth.
Masamune.
Is it Masamune?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Masamune. It's unnecessary and actually quite silly.
Yeah, most
It's
of
not
them are.
practical.
But if we're talking about Gut Sword, and then
Who dat?
from Berserk.
Oh, sorry.
What the hell?
Okay, sorry, I didn't know.
I feel like that one's like kind of mainstream.
No.
Really?
No, definitely not.
That hurts.
Yeah, well, you've just been stabbed by the gut sword.
Yeah, well, you're talking about Sephiroth, so I was like, surely this is
Surely.
not out of the realm's possibility that you know this one.
Ooh,
That
brute.
is frustrating. Winnie!
Oh, Winnie! Oh! More like a Lucy.
That was a
Can't hit the
loser.
shot.
He's got another chance though. No. That is,
You know how you spell Uzi? Wait.
Uzi.
Don't worry. I was going to make a joke, but now I've just like said the punchline a little bit, and it wasn't even a good joke in the first place. So,
What were you gonna say? Come on, commit.
how do you spell Lucy? L-Uzi. It's not even that funny.
Oh. Like Lil Uzi?
Well, I don't really know.
I don't really know any rappers, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Have you heard of this rap thing? All the kids love it.
Actually, one second.
Okay.
Before I continue.
Ooh.
Okay.
Are you continuing?
Yeah, I'm continuing. 2010 to
Okay.
present. I was worried for a second.
Lil Uzi might be dead. Is that what you're thinking?
A little bit, yeah. I
Okay.
got getting my rappers mixed up there.
It's not XXX Tentacion.
No.
Okay. Still breathing. We hope, anyway.
Dude,
Best wishes to Lil
wipe
Uzi
little-
and his family.
Yeah, brush a little sweat from my forehead there.
Shout out to Lil Uzi.
Yeah.
I don't actually know anything about Lil Uzi. He might be a terrible
I don't know
person.
enough. I don't know enough
I
yeah,
hope
to
he's
make
not a
any
terrible
assumptions. I hope so too.
Team Spirit, they found an elimination. Right. There we go. There's a jumping off point back into the game.
Thank you. Jump
With
back
their,
in.
They got it with the Lil Uzi, I think.
Nope. Micro Uzi from now on.
Uh-oh. Okay. Lewis. Ooh, sliver of HP. It's enough to get the job done, though. Exo. Not going to be able to capitalize either, so we'll be able to get away with it. Not have to go for the res. Toshpik runs out of ammo in the magazine, but luckily, Zemeni 14 barking plenty loud on his left-hand shoulder. Kakali able to seal the deal.
Like esports, I'm kind of sad because I really like Lewis as a player. I think he's very good. So is Kakali. But they are being pretty outclassed at the moment by most of the teams in the lobby. I want to see some more out of them. And here you go.
Ooh.
Circle's like, all right then, bet.
Wow. That is the shift right on top of them. You're right. Keeps
Yeah.
that East Island in. Could
Please,
be.
please,
Ooh.
please, 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 please do it. You know you want the East Island finish.
That's just how it should go.
I do like some. I'm trying to imbue the circle.
I don't think it's possible actually to shrink out there, because I don't think there's anywhere the center of the circle could be.
It can be
Sits
hard
in the
shift
middle.
over to it.
I don't think it can, because I think the middle of the circle has to be on dry land.
Maybe.
And so I think that in order to get to that East Island, the circle would have to be in the water, and so I don't think it's possible.
I guess so.
We'll have to wait and see, though.
Yes,
See
we
if my
will.
suspicions are correct.
Yeah, it'd be like a very small chance went over there, even if those suspicions were not correct, which they sound like
We
they
had
are.
it last season, didn't we? That East Island finish.
Yeah, it was so good. It was also so
It was-
bad. Yeah,
It was the worst, best game I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Who was it? I think it was... Was it Gladiators at the time? Who
It
was sat on the island? I think it was.
was the Enigma Galaxy.
I can't quite remember.
The Enigma Galaxy won. Actually,
Oh,
I don't-
yeah,
I
but
don't-
they-
did they? I think Ralph maybe had a bad time right at the end.
I think, yeah, the Gladiators had an incredible, like, elimination count, I remember, on that East
Oh
Island.
yeah, because they just held the east side of it, didn't they?
Yeah, they just had the high ground over the water. Virtus Pro trying to get some high ground of their own against Trovo 2030. They've already lost Bishke earlier on.
Was that when?
Now...
Why would Coops do this?
Ooh! Yes, it was. That was it. Yeah. Oh, dear. Fun times. Oh, dear.
Oh, Ragnarok. You've naded.
Self-naded.
Your
Stinker.
teammate.
Trovo 2030. They may have naded their own team, but they only wanted to give Virtus Pro a chance. Malloy has to turn tail. If they'd have kept Youssef up, though, they might have been able to turn around and take Enigma Galaxy down. Ooh, that bounce nade, actually really important for keeping them safe. Will not find its way on through and confirm that res. Enigma Galaxy now needed to do something to get out of here. Team Spirit as well over the ridgeline, and it is plenty monstrous should they want to breach over it.
Yeah, they could get in on this one. Potentially cause a little bit of chaos. A little bit of a scuffle. Next circle almost about to pop, actually. We're about to see if our memes are just dreams over towards the island on the southeast.
Could it be? Oh, okay. Well, it's close, but it's...
No, saying it's no cigar right now.
Yeah, 0 cigars currently.
But you could swim over there and be like, I'm going to take a timeout of this game.
True. Although, getting back...
Yeah, getting back slightly more difficult, but maybe by the time you get back, you're like in top 5. What about that?
Ah, okay.
That would be a
I don't think
smart play.
I don't think it would. I think you're lying.
I'm doing a bit of fibbing.
Yeah. I think only Enigma Galaxy in a position to really go for that as well.
On a real though,
Maybe
it
Navi.
actually could work.
It's definitely going to work, actually.
Yeah, it could do.
Yeah. Well, that's where you'd be.
I'd
On that island?
I'd be on that island right now. That'd be my first move.
Little island holiday. Nice and relaxing.
Brute Force on the northwest side. Taking shots over towards RCB. Still in 4th place.
Whoa!
Where is he going?
Catch?
Kakali's like, oh, what? What?
It's the logo that has wings, not you, Catch.
He's like,
Fireflux.
I don't know what he tripped on because he fell outwards. Fell away from the mountain.
Oh, man.
I think he's in Interstellar for a second. His ups and downs and lefts and rights were all skew-if.
Playing a real Ender's game there.
Oh, he was actually, yeah.
Forgot that down was forwards.
And then they made a big deal out of it as if he was super intelligent. He was like,
Yeah.
You must think that your surface is always down, and from the surface it's always up.
So in the film of Ender's Game, they made such, like, they didn't really explain why it's such a good idea, but in the book, it's actually like a super intelligent idea and they utilize the advantages.
I know. Just like
This is film version Ender's
like
Game
Catch,
right there.
Catch just right there. Yeah, I have read the books actually. They're quite good.
I haven't read the books, but I watched like a 1-hour video on YouTube about what the differences are.
God, okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Guess we have two very different experiences of understanding why that's different.
Yeah. There you go. RCB. Trying to crash on in. Feet first. Losing 2. Kneecap's not healthy.
Mr. Kitsune taking some shots over towards 77. Not entirely sure how. That's actually some really long shots. From across the way.
Not quite away. Next circles. Island. Oh.
A little bit still in.
The shallows. You can still go paddling.
It's
on your
touching.
island holiday.
It's touching. Yeah.
There you go. It's Na'Vi on the north side, very far north here, against Twisted Minds. Na'Vi already losing 2, but they don't want to lose any more here. As Rob cooks the nade, Axa and Default quite close together, but they split, meaning that nade can't quite find both of them. He nades his teammate. The worst of both decisions. Doesn't go either way. And Na'Vi...
It does deny the point, to be fair.
Does it?
Yeah.
I'd have to double check.
Yeah, it's Rob's is either. Well, I didn't get any points through it. But it does deny the Elim. Because it was Rob's eliminating Lord.
But don't let that distract you from the time that Ketch jumped off the top of a mountain and fell to his doom 23 feet below.
Well, he flew off the mountain. I don't know what he fell on, because like something was like a weird geometry, like slipped. Like he slipped at first and he slipped again.
The classic double slip maneuver.
Have you fallen down the stairs? Well, I fell down half the stairs. And then I fell again.
Jumped off the other half.
Yeah.
Oh, Na'Vi going for a dip.
Get to the island.
alive.
To the island, lads.
It's island time.
Create
It's not island
yourself
time.
a rope made of your chest hair and wrap it around some turtles and free yourselves from this game. Here's a flintlock pistol with one bullet in it for your troubles. Ooh.
Finding the rum-rummers, that's the trick.
Pirate 6? Question mark?
I think they should make Pirates 7, 8, 9, and 10. Because that franchise has still got so much life in it.
It does. I watched Pirates of the Caribbean the other day.
Which one?
One.
Well, okay, so the good one.
Hey.
The second and third are pretty good as well, actually. Put
Yeah.
together, I think they're pretty great.
Davy Jones is kind of good.
Tell me, Jack Sparrow, do you fear death?
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent line. Tell me, Axel, do you fear death from this?
What are you doing now? You like, you got like your fingers in your
Jones.
mouth to make that noise.
No, I'm just sort of let my tongue be very lazy.
Oh.
There you go,
Okay.
Aaron. Not being
Tentacle.
lazy though. Yeah, you've got to sound like you got a mouthful of tentacles, Blank.
So gross.
Yeah, isn't it? Default in a pretty gross spot as well. Getting cut up like calamari. I said that one earlier, but it's more
You
applicable
did,
now.
yeah.
Nade over the top.
Tried to get his submarine, didn't work. Those have not been invented yet. I told you, all you've got is a flintlock pistol, one shot in it.
Ooh, okay. Although, in Pirates of the Caribbean 4 or 5, I don't know, they get the trident of Poseidon and like walk under the sea.
Oh my god, I don't think I've watched that far. They're really pushing the boat out there. Haha.
Yeah, well. Oh, it's not a boat, it's a ship.
Okay.
I think people actually get very angry about that when you call like naval vessels.
Wow,
boats.
that's such a big boat, guys.
It's not a boat, it's a ship, actually.
It's actually a destroyer.
You're not being very respectful of our naval officers.
True.
Those brave people
Tell you what,
risking
though,
their lives by nearly going swimming.
I actually wanted to be in the Navy. Did you know that?
Did you?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That was my choice after uni. Did journalism, really hated it, and I was like, just gonna go in the Navy.
You good at swimming?
Yeah, I am actually. I think I told you a story before. I was in the.
Oh, you're like a torpedo, aren't you?
I was like, I was. No, I was in the diving. I was on the diving team and the swimming team.
Your swimming cap on, you're like a seal.
Yeah.
Just cutting through the waves.
They-
That's why you're on the island, isn't it?
That's why I'm on the
it's all coming
island.
together.
Yeah.
It's all coming together. North
then-
side looking really, really stiff right now.
That's
as
true.
Black Esports are locked in with a pretty rigid fight to Fireflux.
Mm-hmm.
Not really too much room for maneuvering.
Yeah. Ooh, Scarface.
Ooh, you got to hit that.
What's
Got
that
to
mean?
hit that.
And this is why I didn't go in the Navy. It's for esports.
Yeah.
And there is some very fun esports. And that's kept me rocking the boat of broadcast this entire time.
Sit down.
Rocking
you're
the ship,
boat.
sorry.
Oh, yeah. It's,
Oh.
it's not a boat, it's a ship. The nerve. Black Esports still trying to move
Esports.
through. Esports. Hey, I'm Esports here.
Esports in here.
What's the big idea? I'm Black Esports.
Sorry. I can't myself. You hear someone say something funny, you have to copy it.
catch.
You have to copy it.
sprayed. Sorry?
You hear someone say something funny, you have to copy it.
Is that true?
It's actually impossible, I think.
It is, isn't it? Like, people say it isn't. It is.
Yeah.
They're wrong. Those people.
Live your life.
Live your life.
Otherwise, you're just a poser. Like Black Esports poser who goes down.
Oh. Not
Carly
posing
there.
anymore.
Backs off, nade in hand. Toss it over the top. So she gets some damage done.
A lot of teams trapped in this north side encampment of just off Impala, around the silos, around the industrial area, the outpost in Impala. RCB, 77 Vibes, S2G, Fireflux, all trying to make their way in. And of course, Black Esports at the back of the queue, but we're going to try and cut in line as Toshbik takes one down on S2G.
Yeah, not a bad shot at all. Like,
This is how you jump off a cliff.
yeah, that's it. DBS on the backside of the vehicle, but Hamzy G, they have to deal with him next. Hamzy, he's on his belly here. I think Lewis got
Oh my
him.
goodness me.
That was crazy.
How on earth?
I enjoyed that.
Iron shield rolling in with the vehicle just keeps him safe. The back panel might have eaten a couple of bullets, but it's better than Toshbik going down. And Black Esports, I thought they were goners as soon as they had to leave against Fireflux, but Scarface, frankly, whiffs the spray, and then Black Esports have managed to find an opening.
Yeah, it's dropping the buggy. One of the guys from S2G forced them into the ground, and all they get to eat now is a nasty bit of gravel stew.
Ooh. That's not tasty.
No one wants to eat that.
That's not edible.
In other
I
news,
told you
though...
before, Blank. Stop eating gravel.
Yeah, I can't help myself. I'm addicted. In other news, though, Team Spirit, 4 players down towards the south side of the map.
Ah.
4 chicken dinners? Question mark.
4th chicken dinner? But then Blank has to eat another granola bar.
I will actually eat another granola bar. This first one was great. Don't tempt me. I will eat so many granola bars.
Wouldn't you just love to have a granola bar right now?
Stop it.
Wouldn't that be so good? Wouldn't that be so nourishing? You know, it's like slightly sticky, and you're eating it, and you feel like you're actually getting sustenance.
Oh no! I have like the really dry ones. You know, Nature Valley, the one that like when you open it, it causes a big mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have those.
Yeah. It's like you walk into a room and it's like somebody's eating Nature Valley here.
It's not someone cooked his. Someone made a mess here.
Oh dear.
I do hope Team Spirit wins though. It's a shame Nomi's down.
Uppable though.
Uppable. No.
Not anymore.
That's negative.
No uppies for Nomi.
No, it remains in the ground. Not likely to be revived, so I think for Team Spirit that might just be curtains.
Ooh, the double rundown. There you go. Narvalo in the buggy. He's out on the warpath, and Eren will be able to take him down on the off angle finally, but the rest of his team dismantled. Fireflux happy about this. They might have just been able to sweep straight through on this western side, on this no, it is on the eastern side. Yeah, there we go. On the east side, and they just keep careening on through. This is great for Fireflux. Both teams just smash straight into each other, and they pick up the rubble.
Yeah, it's gorgeous behavior coming through from Enigma Galaxy, and Narvalo finally looks a little bit more like Narvalo. First time in a while. A lot of teams are injured, but just at that. All right, little scrapes, little bruises here and there. I think the most worst for wear team right now is Falcons with only 2 players, but practically everyone else is sat up with 4s and 3s.
Team Spirit, remember, they're looking to get 100 points ahead. Well, they're looking for as many points as they can get today, but 100 points ahead of Heroic would be great. For that, they need 219 points, which would sit them 100 points ahead exactly. They're currently on 216 when you add in their eliminations, so they need 3 more points on this match, and they'll make it.
Yeah, it's not too many. Not too many to go. Stage 7. Doesn't feel like stage 7. Feels more like stage 5 right now. However, we are here, and the circle moves up towards that north side, forcing Trovo 2030 off the high ground, which they'll likely try and expunge as much value from around the circle as possible from this high ground position.
Black Esports still going on this northern side. I mean, you said you wanted to see more from these guys. They're on display right now and doing fairly well to sweep through from the northern edge. They still have a little bit more to go. Vibes, you can see they're off on the flank. Fireflux are going to chime into this fight on a little bit of a split around Weiss. Lewis does finally bite the dust. But the nade back over to Brute for Scarface. Works out. Victor, very low there, but getting the healing done. That alleyway, getting darker by the second. And another nade flushes out Lewis for Black Esports.
Not Lewis. Fireflux though.
Anything but Lewis.
Heading over towards that eastern side. Good shots from Matic. Start things off over towards Trovo 2030. There's a lot going on. Salem goes down. Now Fireflux though finding Weiss from Vibes. Now it's 1 player from Trovo 2030 up on high, and Matic looks to be resurrected down below.
We'll try and get them back to his feet. It's really nice stuff for Team Spirit to be able to hold off the team above them. That gives them so much more freedom to lead. Toshpik is still there. 77 still there as well. Kakali cannot really get rezzed here. Realistically, the zone's going to push you away. Toshpik just going to have to go it alone.
Has to go on without his teammates. Interesting game, though. Absolutely horrendous final circle, by the way. I think there's not really anyone here that wanted this to happen. If you are Shifu, Black Esports, or RCB, even just leaving this compound is very difficult. Here's our double rundown. Quick swing on the left tire to ensure that goes through.
On the slaloms. Get him a pair of skis, mate. He'll look graceful out there on the slopes. It's effect taken down, which is not ideal for Team Spirit, but again, they may have enough cover to go for the res. Oh dear. Catch. Finally finding his feet on the pedals of the buggy. Revs the engine. Rampage is down. And Fireflux are on 10 eliminations. Okay. Bottom of the table's no longer. They're fighting.
It's been a long time coming. They've been wanting a game like this for a while. Team Spirit still desperately trying to get themselves back into shape, but Brute Force knows where they are. Luckily for Team Spirit, Brute Force did take a knock on the side and are forced to move in at the same time as them. Shifu though managed to re-knock over towards Neos. It's over on this side. It's a beautiful nade as well. And Yusuf finding Solke. This actually opens things up a little bit for the guys over on Team Spirit, surprisingly.
Matic looking to clean out Yusuf. Team Spirit making the move. Brute Force losing the rundown. Freezer hits the deck a little too hard. Takes too much damage. Zadira able to get that flush as well. So 77 adding points to their tally. Fireflux with a knock on the outlier. As you said before, finding Solke gives them a little bit more room to maneuver, room to breathe. They're still on the high ground slope. Brute Force can't really turn their attention out that way just yet. As soon as they do go down, though, 77 look out towards the maneuvers from Team Spirit up the hill. Lux is still going, and they're still putting 77 behind that ridgeline. This is allowing Team Spirit more time to move.
Yeah, it is. It's actually all worked out so incredibly well for Team Spirit in terms of their rotates. And this circle actually forces the fight between Fireflux and 77 first. Because Team Spirit's currently up the hill, they have a lot of space to play around with. Zadira will find pre-pod, so Effect can now move back off towards the rest of his team.
8 eliminations found for Team Spirit, and they have now surpassed a 100-point lead blank from first to second place over the top of Heroic. Obviously, they do still have 6 matches left in hand on the side of Heroic,
Catch.
but don't let that distract you from the time that Ketch flung himself from the top of a cliff and fell to his doom.
That's true. And now has also just died to the play zone trying to get a vehicle out of the way. Scarface up close does see Zadira, I think, just through the metal frame there. So exposes himself a bit. Very winnable game for Team Spirit. Not even joking.
Yeah. Absolutely. Matic, under danger, under threat from Zadira. The high ground not quite in position, but there's a nade, a beautiful one from Scarface. Does tag damage. I don't think it was able to get the knock, but forces them off the angle. 77 trying to extend their influence. Limbo Boom moving down to the south side. Effect is there. They know that Fireflux are going to be coming from in from this position. They've been corralling them for a while. That's right on top of Lux. Will go boom. Rails on in for Matic with that buggy. Gets that knock, gets the flush down as well. Team Spirit move through. They look for a knock as well towards 77, but Matic is down, will not be able to find it. Nade's now being cooked. Kitsune
no
repositions, rolls on over the road, but Limbo Boom, the crossing guard, and 77 might just be able to do what the rest of the lobby could not. It's all up to the one player left standing, but it will not be the way of things. 77 able to weather Team Spirit storm and able to take a chicken dinner. Beautiful stuff to close things down, holding everybody at arm's length, stopping them from moving in. And that's how you want to win it out.
Yeah, it's still a stressful game for them. You can see that in their faces because it was difficult towards the end. One nade might have been the doom of them from the guys over on Brute Force. But yeah, even from Fireflux as well. I think that they almost had it, but a great Molotov and a great nade from Matic might have not needed to send out on the side in the vehicle, potentially just trying to take advantage of that little ridgeline. Yeah, overall, well played 77, but again, Team Spirit in their second place for a lot of eliminations on board too. Will shoot them higher up the rankings, and this is definitely more about PMGC points for them at this point.
This has got to be pretty galling for IWNRX to see this sort of a day happening for Team Spirit. They're just sat there like,
Stop!
What even the hell is this? You can't do that. So rude.
Yeah.
We're not even in the game. We don't have a chance to do anything about it. But I think Team Spirit, off of today, will almost certainly be in the lead. They are a 6.6 game advantage in those standings, of course. But I think the gap's going to be pretty vast. It's going to be yawning, to say the least.
I mean, for IWNRX to match up with 4 free chicken dinners, second place, and a 5 elim game. That's the gauntlet that's been thrown down. But 16 points to them. Lovely. Looking further and further to the points tally that Na'Vi was able to put up last week, which is still pretty impressive for Na'Vi, considering how well we've seen Team Spirit do throughout the entirety of this stage so far. I think Na'Vi was just way ahead in just eliminations from every single game.
They managed to keep things under control. Look at those numbers. I mean, this is fairly uncommon to see on Miramar, right? 10, 10, 10, 7 on these top damage scores. 1990 for 77 and just going down a little bit each time. This is really, really balanced between the top teams, which means that in general, the rest of the lobby did not score super highly over the course of that match. So good stuff. And I'm glad that you highlighted Black Esports during that match, because I felt like they had some really good roll downs, especially that descent from the top of the hill.
Yeah, I think for Black Esports, they did their best to sort things out. But honestly, for them, it didn't end up following all the way through. Fireflux, though, 10 elims and a 1900 damage game. Way, way better than anything we've seen recently.
There's the head-to-head. Fireflux versus 77. I thought it was Team Spirit who came in second place on that match, but these are the elimination leaders, I believe, on this game. You could see the knocks a little bit more in favor of 77. They had a little bit more secure of a position, and Fireflux did, to their credit, have a pretty banger game, flowing down that east side, capitalizing on a third-party engagement, but don't let that distract you from the time that Ketch jumped 23 feet off a cliff and fell to his doom.
Yeah, I think that overall, this was a very fun game. It was a very difficult circle towards the end, though, John. And that is certainly the difficulty in terms of that one. And I think that the limited amount of cover that 77 had gave them that advantage towards the end game. For the time being, though, we'll be heading towards our break before our last game of the day. So we'll see you there on the dunes. Be right back.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
We thought it could be the Team Spirit 4-peat, but no, it was decided they only get second place. They only get a paltry, what was it, like 18 points on that map or something ridiculous, unbelievable. But yeah, it was 77 to be able to control from the north side on the first of two Miramars. The second of that double billing will be coming up very shortly as we take a look to the future. We're going to be looking at what these teams are going to be able to achieve here. Virtus Pro obviously stratting out, okay, are we going to hot drop RCB? Do we think that's a good idea? Yeah, I think we could go for it, guys. Yeah. They're going to drop there. Let's go there too. Overalls, as we hop on over 229, and it is official. Not only have they broken the 100-point lead from first place down to second place, Blank, they have managed to add it up to 110 points ahead. 7 chicken dinners on 17 matches. This is unheard of performance in years.
Yeah, it's sort of unbelievable in terms of performance coming through from Team Spirit. I'm more amazed by the fact they haven't really dropped maps so far. They are just simply continuing to pump game after game after game. And today has been realistically even better than the rest. And we thought that the start of this week was very good for Team Spirit. Obviously not the case. It's going to continue throughout the rest of the week here for them. And it's hard to talk about a lot of these other teams with Team Spirit just basically being such a dominating presence inside the lobby.
Hey, 77, they're up to the top of the bottom page, which means that they could very easily break into it with the last match today. As we take a look down in the doldrums with Fireflux Esports still in 18th place, despite a late finish on that match. But you can see how fast they can ladder up. They could get all the way up there quite quickly with another good game. Foot Chaos still remaining in dead last. Of course, they do have 6 more matches to play, but against Fireflux, they're still quite far behind. It is definitely not looking strong for Footballers Chaos, but they're not playing today. S2GR. Wait, he didn't have the sleeves on, or has he changed seats?
I don't know.
Not entirely sure. Either way.
Maybe they're holding him back.
Maybe it was, it was a limiter. They thought, nah, can't be doing that.
Maybe that was the case. Hey, they'll be doing that.
Oh. You love that. You love that. I'll tell you what we love. It's getting into a plane path so quickly, Blank. We are getting in nice and prompt. And now I've said that, it's like a 70% chance we'll have a remake, but here we go anyway. From the northwest side of the map, from Ruins down to Puerto Paraíso, and we're going to be cutting right down the middle on a diag.
Yeah, teams actually waited a while to get out the plane on this one. Na'Vi heading up towards La Copeteria, but again, it makes sense considering no one really wants to have to drop in Trader Park. Brute force over towards El Pozzo. But yeah, nothing too exciting on this playing path, with it being honestly very fair to most teams in the lobby.
Top 3 players, clean sweep for Team Spirit this week. Nomi, top 3 players on highest damage, clean sweep for Team Spirit. And 9,000, almost 10,000 damage in 3 days of play. Wow. Headshots though, hey, look at that. Heroic have representation. Walsh.
Yeah, Walsh, honestly, doing very, very good overall. For a lot of teams, there is usually that one player that is really stepping up in a big way for them. A few of our teams at the top, instead, it is just a couple. Team Spirit, it is everyone. Everyone is absolutely pumping in terms of the damage and the performance. Obviously, Nomi a little further ahead than anyone else, though.
Yeah, on the overalls. Although today he has gone down early, I think twice now, in some pretty deep games. So potential for another Team Spirit player to get MVP today, because frankly, one of them is getting it, right? There's just there's no way that they are not going to be earning that accolade. I can't think of anybody else who may be able to stand up to it over the course of today. It's just an incredible run for them so far. They got 82 points on their first day. They started today on 138, which means, I think I'm right in saying, they are very close to surpassing that, right? Because 80 more points from yesterday would put them on 120. Oh, have they done even more than that? I have to get the calculator out. Goodness me. They might have surpassed their day already.
It might be. Might be time to pull out the calc. Figure out what's happening.
They got 91 points so far on the day. That is incredible. They could be on for a 100-point day.
Yeah, it's actually silly. 100-point day. I don't think that's been done in many, many months. The Team Spirit, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff so far for them. Look at the map at the moment. Obviously, we talked about this being a northeast circle. Guild quite far into this already. Virtus Pro, pretty obvious. Route up towards that north side on the road towards El Azahar, truck stop. And Fireflux maybe getting some of that confidence back after that previous game.
I mean, you'd hope so, right? This is a team that kind of blew us away in week 1, frankly. They were really consistent. They were finding what they were looking for. The fights they were taking were great. Scarface was on fire. He was doing so well for the roster, but they have fallen apart in the face of Team Spirit's ascendancy. Na'Vi on the north side, as we hop on over, the music fades and takes us in to La Copeteria.
On board with a team that hasn't exactly fallen from grace, to be honest with you. They're back up in 6th place. Very similar point scoring to both VP as well as RCB. 86 points is nothing to be sad about, especially in a lobby where so many of the points have been stolen by Team Spirit. Honestly, if you did look at the rankings and you've just joined us for this last game, you would be thinking that we made a mistake here. We haven't. That is absolutely correct. The Team Spirit at 229, halfway through the week.
Yeah, this is their 3rd day of games, and they are already knocking on the door of pushing past the total that Na'Vi was able to get in the entirety of week 1. 236 is that score boundary. If they're able to get 9 more points this match, they're on for a 100-point day after getting a triple chicken dinner at the start of today, followed up by a 5-point match and then a 2nd place with a high elimination count in the last Miramar that we just saw. And 9 more points is their task to break into triple digits on one day. Guild, oh dear. That's not good for the health.
Getting picked apart a little bit there. The Black Esports will move on. I think Guild are very passive in this early game. Sort of just waiting for their demise almost.
They're not in last place though.
No.
It's where they like
Which
to.
is good.
It's where they like to be. But they are denied access to 20th place by Footballers Chaos.
Yeah, despite having like some good rotations, well, I want to say good, but realistically, they were so crazy at times and ambitious that I think a lot of teams around them didn't expect them to come through. So they're able to get quite far into some lobbies off the back of some unexpected plays. Guild has still pulled ahead though, regardless of that fact. As have Fireflux to 50 points today, which is a nice improvement, going from 20.
Twisted Minds on the southwest side of Cruz de Valle. Getting in on towards Hacienda. Just rotating around, getting a stepping stone to move closer to the middle right now. These teams are all trying to find their avenues in. Pump action on the inside. Does Lewis know there's a player here? I think there's a vehicle on the roll-up for them. So maybe aware, but then again, maybe not. Is peeking these corners, not actually checking at all upstairs. Could be completely unaware that there's a player in this building.
Yeah, Wagner playing it cool. Again, this is what I was talking about for Guild. They have just played it so quiet so far.
No. Oh, dear.
Yeah, the punch. Reasonable for what Black Esports did to them early on. A lot of teams already made their way into the circle. Team Spirit taking a bit more time of it. Again, they've already put up a lot of points today. I don't know how much is left in the gas tank. I know that they'll have played more minutes than absolutely anyone inside this lobby of PUBG Mobile. It does factor into gameplay, absolutely.
Ooh. They're just trading blows right now. Insult on injury. So they're battered and bruised with the pan and the knife to the back. Black Esports exact vengeance upon Guild who dare step to them. RCB, S2G clashing over the hills right now, but RCB much more coalesced, much more cohesive in their spot. They've got so much backup on these sight lines. 1, 2, 3 so quickly against S2G. It's now just Swash left standing. DBS close range has taken down Wild, but completely known on the position. The nade is cooking. RCB are actually taking shots from the off angle. As the second finds it, and nade does damage to Erangel. The Swash repositions. Has got a chance to spray this one down. The flush comes through. Now RCB are playing with two. Swash with a chance here. Potential backup. Hard shift down to the south. Keeps this one in.
Yeah, a lot of open ground over towards that northeast side. Lost Leonis. Ooh, an awkward rotational path for a few teams. But will force a huge amount of squads down from that north side. And S2G finally falls. 77 directly in the center of it all, though. The eye of the storm. And they'll be holding the hands up towards the eyes. They try and get through, but the wind will be buffeting them, as well a lot of these other squads.
This area of the map is going to be fairly familiar, given that we just finished out to the east side, right? So teams have just rotated through this part. Paths will be known, so potential micro adjustments and more intel that is very fresh in the mind could be impactful here. Wild looking for an impact with the DBS, but not quite connecting. Hope goes in, goes low, goes down. Wild gets the flush, and up the stairs, they know he's there. Ali flees, and out the window he goes, hops around, floats like a butterfly, but doesn't have a sting to his tail this time around, and RCB take him down.
Yeah, RCB really just rocking through a lot of squads at the moment. I think we have almost all of our teams inside the circle. At the moment, it's just Brute Force, Falcons, RCB, and Guild, who are all just taking chunks out of one another on this northwest side. On the other hand, most teams congregating around Minas, as well as Truck Stop.
RCB pilfering their... I don't want to say ill-gotten gains, but they're gotten gains, sure. Twisted Minds, 77. Jousting, Fireflux taking a knock, a roll-up from Zeus and taking a lot of damage. Will go down with one, but that's far too bold for Solke to go for a push out there. The rest of Fireflux will be, of course, alerted to the presence here, but Eren has a nice off-angle with the Mini 14. Will push onto that ridgeline. Rita, nade over to Lux, nearly connecting, but on the wrong side of the tree. The cook looked good. Not connecting. That one's good, though. Catch exploded. Oh, dear, oh, dear. He's had a bit of a nightmare these last 2 matches. Lux, low on half HP. Another nade over from Rita. They have managed to get all 4 players alive for Zeus. The rest comes through.
I don't know if you saw that. It was Lux who actually naded Ketch.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I think he threw the grenade and then the buggy got in the way of the trajectory. I don't know. I'm not sure. But Ketch probably really upset with that.
You would be. But don't let this distract you from the time that Ketch flung himself from 23 feet cliff and went down.
Yep, that's true. We will not forget that. And neither is Lux, apparently. Maybe revenge. I'm having to force him to pick him up. Stage 3 now. Heads fairly central. Again, pretty difficult spot to play in. Team Spirit takes up a nice compound on the western side. One of the few safer spots on the map.
Twisted Minds, 2 knocks. Black Esports, 1 sent back their way. They have already lost a player, though, so the number's slightly in the advantage of Twisted Minds. The Reses, though, fairly inaccessible. Toshbek already getting picked back up. They can reposition north side of the circle. Got a little bit of a way to go. Kakali gets the flush, and Doran goes down fully. Reses come through. Health a little bit more advantageous for Twisted Minds, but that should change fairly soon, and Molly up on high. And it's Twisted Minds with the inside track, right? You can see that high ground to the left, to the west. If Black Esports want to go around, they're going to have to go far out to the north, sweep past the west side, near Minas Generalis, and get past a lot of other teams. So maybe taking this fight is kind of their only option.
Yeah, Black Esports, though. Can over towards Twisted Minds. I feel like he could have got away from that one. Felt like a strange pop-up. It was very easy to take the heads off him. Twisted Minds not playing so hot so far this week. A lot of mistakes coming through from them.
It's not been great watching, all things considered. Definitely far from cinema. Na'Vi just sort of maintaining lockstep with some fairly strong teams. And that's kind of what you want to do. With the first place that they got in week 1, they were able to accrue 20 league standing points. And in general, that's likely almost on its own enough to see you into those finals, right? If you imagine you're looking down towards the bottom of the tables, on average, the team in 16th place is going to get 4 points, right, for placing there. So you expect that the boundary is going to be around sort of 12 bonus points moving into those finals. So getting 20 already in 1 week, and then whatever you're able to get in the next weeks, is almost certainly going to be a guarantee to get towards those finals. So just keeping lockstep here, keeping it nice and tidy for Na'Vi could be good.
Yeah, it's not a case of having to get a terrific point scoring, and especially because the vacuum's up towards that top side, you know, getting up towards the 14 to 20 points margin, a lot easier. Well, not 20 points, considering that has gone over towards Team Spirit very comfortably this week.
Yeah, almost certainly.
The circle heads hard over towards that west side.
Okay.
Sort of giving a bit of advantage over towards Brute Force, I would say, because there's not going to be a lot of teams over towards their 180 in Lavendita, so they can literally just use this rouge towards their advantage in terms of high ground, looking out towards the east.
I mean, you didn't want to say Team Spirit there, but frankly, Team Spirit also with a pretty decent slice of this pie.
Yeah,
on the southwest side.
I did not.
It's it could be pretty nasty. A couple more rotational options out to the east as well. They're closer to it, so less time out in the open if they have to go for a crash across the road. But difficult times abound. Nades across Na'Vi, and Zeus over on the northeast edge. trying to find their way on in. 2 players down for Zeus, and it's looking good for Na'Vi. They've got 4 players alive. Someone just off screen puts a nade to the back, and Maniac hunkers down behind it. Darkin. DBS, dangerous. Underneath the staircase, can't connect, and that is a beautiful strafe, side to side. Flip. Goodness me, that was dangerous, but he makes it work.
Yeah, I mean, that is flip all over though, really. Very consistent with an aim, flipping things on its head when things look a little bit tough. About 2 minutes now. Before we crunch this in even further, which should eliminate a lot of squads, honestly, in this open area.
Virtus Pro right now is in probably one of the best positions in terms of survival. A lot of open ground around them. They have a compound. They've got a hill to push out down towards the south if they need to later on. The ridges on either side of the road also valuable to play. And at the moment, the only team really with a fairly central compound position.
77. Not bad spot. I have no clue how he's alive, but not anymore. Even had the Molotov just in case. Cremated him.
I think he's a witch. I think he's a witch.
Yep. How did he survive that first aid? Right, burn him.
That's a burning.
Ligma Galaxy attempted to get towards Team Spirit. This is exorbitant amount of smokes for the play they're making. They're not even too worried about them right now.
Ligma Galaxy. Nomi takes damage. I think that's uphill from brute force. And you can see how much of a high ground that is for them with this perspective, which is nice. Brute force will have to figure out their path forwards, though. Shots over towards Virtus Pro, and there you can see just how strong their building is. It's going to take something really quite forceful to push them out of that. No eliminations. Remember, 9 points needed for a 100-point day for Team Spirit.
20 seconds on the clock. Wait to see where this one goes. I think right now, with the way it stands, even if it went central, it'd be really tough for a lot of teams. It is so flat out towards the center of the circle.
Ooh. Virtus Pro happy. Team Spirit happy. Brute Force not so much, although they can keep that high ground a little bit for a time not so long for this world.
Yeah, this is a case of we're going to live this one out as best we can over on this northwest side. And we'll have to wait for other teams or see if we can find some opportunities. I think Trovo 2030 likely in the firing line of Brute Force in the future.
Ooh, spray down over onto Toshbek. Falcons. Ragnar holding a good angle there outside the window. Very difficult to answer as well because you have to beat multiple windows. Kakali last to stand. Falcons giving them the runaround. First aid allowed to be popped, but step out wide. And Ragnar puts it to bed. 4 eliminations for Ragnar, 6 for the Falcons in total. And they are starting to do a little better than they have done so far this week.
A little bit. A touch better. A touch better.
Just a touch.
Yeah, I mean, the Falcons are slowly bringing things up to speed. I mean, it took a while, but I'm glad it did happen now because they have been really suffering. Some good shots from Brute Force, though. They don't pop anyone out of the vehicle yet, and they'll be frustrated about that. But at the very least, Trovo will find the shots, and they'll finish off Spark. 77, though, dealing with Na'Vi over towards their north side as they try and make a gambit for their position in the circle.
Exposing themselves a little bit. The potential for big gain. Ragnar can't find Trovo 2030 on the spray downs. 77 still holding off Na'Vi. 2 players, 3 players down. Zadira on the hunt with the buckshot in the pump action now. Just Default remains standing. Flush onto Lemon. Stepping out wide, and it's Magnum to seal the deal with the pump action around the edge. Na'Vi will be going down for the final time today. A 77 keep their resurgence going. The north side cuts them in with a little bit of this next circle. So I'll wait and see just where they're going to be able to go. Virtus Pro, now, this is the team in the middle. This is the team to beat. At the moment, really nobody has any run-up potential. I think Vibes probably has the best chance of getting a run-up, but only if they are able to find some sort of third party.
Yeah, it's the fact that Virtus Pro's position is so strong, but so out in the open as well, so it's very hard to rock up on them without them knowing. There is a few tiny ridge sides outside the building that is available, but a lot of those are exposed to other angles on the map, so you really just have to wait for like stage 6, stage 7 to make a play here. Freezer moves down off Labandita Ridge. Yeah, better angles over towards Team Spirit.
Give it a hard west shift. That might just about cut Virtus Pro out. This is that just last bastion of high ground that Brute Force have. It's very good right now. In about 10 seconds, though. Ooh, could be a bit shaky.
Yeah, they still have a lot of time to play it. They've kept people out here looking the entire time to ensure that they have ideas of where to go next.
77 gearing up, scouting. Brute Force scouting down to the south, and this, by rights, should be Virtus Pro winning here. 77 could move up the roadside and potentially cause problems, but I mean, I just don't see a world that Virtus Pro don't win this with the 4 players alive, with the sightlines they've got, with the compactness of the compound as well. It's not like they have to spread super wide.
Yeah, essentially it has to be a ridgeside crossing playing off that road on the west. But there are so many angles to look down towards the south side that you imagine that anyone that gets over towards that position likely suffers getting towards that spot.
Ooh.
It'd have to be perfect play from one of the teams on the west side to make this happen.
I mean, I think it has to be one team crashes in, draws a lot of attention, makes it to the wall, and has a little scrappy fight after taking a couple knocks, and then you go in, right? You want to be the second or third team, potentially, depending on how many people crash, onto that compound, so that Virtus Pro are distracted, you can make a healthy run across out in the open, and then you can go and pick up the pieces of the fight whilst you're allowed to get up to the wall for free.
Enigma Galaxy looking to make a move. 77 spotting out over towards Trovo. 77 will have to move further forward in their compound. A bit of damage done by effect towards Enigma Galaxy, who is the biggest thorn in their side right now. They'll have to pull out eventually.
In they go. This is Enigma Galaxy. Brute Force and Team Spirit both going to have to move in. They could, yeah, they dropped just one player out there. They're moving into these hay bale shacks. In general, this is probably the most safe move that Enigma Galaxy could have made, with Brute Force taking control of Team Spirit in terms of their attention. They have the time to do it, but Nomi lit up by Neos. Effect drops out, goes for the spray. There's backup from the sidelines as well. Neos getting swarmed on now. They really want this res, but they're not going to let it go. Kitsune has to hit the dirt to try and find some cover because Neos is right there.
Oh my days. Surprised Kitsune's got away with that, honestly. Might just be able to get himself a first aid kit off too. Damn. So a good shot over towards Freezer at the start of this one, though, from Nomi. Taking down that outpost was massively influential for the team.
First point on the board. First of potentially 9, which of course is the metric we're looking for to see them on a 100-point day. But now is the most important part of their map. Fortunately, they do have a sliver of the circle. They've got a couple of rocks to play with, but everybody else has made that crossing, and they kind of have been denied now. They do not have an opportunity to move through under the cover of somebody else's rotation.
Now, Enigma Galaxy is going to want to hold them out too, because they're the next biggest threat other than Virtus Pro in the end game. 77 gearing up alongside RCB and Furia. He gets further into the circle, but Team Spirit definitely looks like a big threat to a lot of teams, and as soon as those smoke starts to fade, that's when life becomes a little bit more difficult for them.
I mean, it's less that they look like such a big threat and more that they look like easy pickings as they get across the open field but do not get to cover in time. 2 players down. The back line of Team Spirit faltering. Cannot hold down the angles. But that forward target on the crash could potentially be an opportunity to get reses if they can keep one alive. As Matic bleeds out, they could potentially still get Nomi through, but you can see Redox just holding down this angle. Spots Nomi crawling out, and that's a goner.
Yeah, it's an annoying one, because I think that realistically they should have just waited for this next circle and then potentially tried to crash in towards Furia from Brute Force instead of going down towards the south, which is completely away from the circle now. Effect's got no more smokes. He does have a vehicle. He's trying to spot out towards locations that potentially he can play. Silas, 1 HP.
Okay, will go down. Effect is in for 1 point. He steps up and sneaks that one away. A second elimination found. 6th place now. Team Spirit squidging closer to the boundary. And they know that this is coming. But 77 are going to have to move too. How long do they hold this out?
The best part is there's a ton of smokes over towards that hay bale. That limits 77 sightlines as much as it limits Team Spirits. They make the roll up over towards Brute Force. Brute Force, you got Furia packing the nade there.
No way. They were both in that vehicle. They thought they were going to wait for the second person to peek, but it wasn't there. And now they're forwards out in the open, sure, but with a little bit of cover. And 77 are going to have to move first. As soon as you do, everybody's shooting you. Trading off that aggression. I don't think there's sightlines from Liquid Galaxy out to this angle. Kitsune steps up. There's a challenge. Bishke gets the knock. Immediately a volley sends them back to the bellies.
This is very well played from Team Spirit, and they have good amount of cover as well to work with. They're sort of relying on everyone else in the lobby to take shots towards them. Kitsune finishes off Zadira. Limbo Boom very low. Magnum. Oh, this is great play from Team Spirit. I mean, it's a very, very tough position to be playing in. They shot out both the tires first, so the belly of the vehicle drops to the ground. Fury gets taken out by Icy, and Effect does get knocked, which will be very hard to res.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to do it unless 77 get taken down. If 77 do go down, if they get taken out by the solo player now for Team Spirit, I don't think it's going to happen though. Yeah, they will fall. The question is, did they do enough? I think 4th place. They managed to get 3 elims, was it, I think?
Yep.
Ooh, it's going to be close. I don't think they managed to get 9, though. They have pushed up over 230. A denial of the 100-point day. The century will be no longer on the cards. Double knock, and this should be an easy pickup. Onto Liquid Galaxy's position. A lot of damage. Navalo with the bouncer from Koa. Will eat dirt, but 77, again, actually, 11 eliminations, 3 players, forcing Virtus Pro to leave this compound now. Could be nasty.
Yeah, I think that, you know, they could play this out. They do get a bit of a refresh over on Team Spirit, which they desperately needed. Just need a knockover towards Bishke. They can't commit to the spray. Virtus Pro are outside the circle. They've got to move in. Right now, they're floundering a little bit.
They are just in this next circle, but 77 definitely with the advantage here. Limbo Boom in that hay bale shack. As things have kind of turned on their heads. The numbers advantage, though, is still there for Virtus Pro. They can still go for one-for-one trades and end up winning. But they need to get them first.
Yeah, I think realistically you have to play Zone 9. Because they have the hay bales. Limbo Boom is the linchpin. If he goes down, the game's over.
Bishke closer. Shunting their way up the roadside. As Malo drops the smokes, trying to look for some cover out the window. Magnum, wanting denied access to the circle, steps out. Bold challenge. He knows what he's stepping into, and he embraces it with open arms. Goes low, goes down. Just about knocked as Magnum, looking super unhealthy, has to pop the first aid, and Malloy down means that the numbers now for 77 are even. Nades in from Limbo Boom. This is the linchpin position. He's lobbing him. He's got 5 still in the pocket. This is bombardment. Damage pouring on through. Bishke will take a bit there and take a touch on the other side as well. Another one bouncing in. They just keep going. He is juggling this, and Virtus Pro cannot step forwards into it. Koa goes low. They are almost dry, but there's still one more to come. It bounces off the front of the hay bale from the off angle, but there's another launch. Bounce, bang. Bishke is low, but again, it just goes too far. And around the edge, finally, they find something, force him out, but he steps back in. He's hot on the feet, and Koa's there for the backup.
But there's so much delay they've thrown in here over towards VP.
Oh, no.
I mean, Limbo Boom, he did a lot of work here, but I think now the nades can head over towards his direction. Huge amount of damage. Next one should do the trick slightly far. But this is a hard fight to take for him.
First down, though. 2 players left and will not be able to do it. 77 denied. Virtus Pro will rise from their compound. They held out in the open ground, transitioned to the roadside, and were able to get it done in the end. We saw them gathered up around the map at the start of that match, and they do make it work. Team Spirit as well, late into that game, not quite able to make the century, but still a record-breaking day. Excellent performance coming through from them. And they are almost, I think, past that first week scoreline from Na'Vi. 236 was there. Virtus Pro will be happy to jump up the tables with that match as well. They started the day in 3rd place, and they're looking to try and maintain that title.
Yeah, I think for 77, there's a case where they could have started throwing nades much earlier. And instead of trying to isolate positions, I genuinely think that if it was just both their players just sending all the nades, because they had so many, just littered across the ground, it would have been really hard to step away from them. But because they were so obviously all going into the same direction, Bishke is able to dodge out them massively on the side. But yeah, 77 do a great job, especially from Limbo Boom towards the end there. But Virtus Pro, because it was slightly more predictable, it was still very, very well played from Virtus Pro to manage where those nades were going to ensure that they could have a good end game. But for Team Spirit, it is a strange push out from Matic and Nomi down towards the south side, just as the circle's about to hit as well. I think they could have waited, because I think that the world for them is they wait, and if they can get 4-man up towards that north side and fight out that north side, there's a chance for them. Instead, they take the gamble down towards the south side before they could really infer too much.
And there we go. Here's our points from that last match. 21 found for Virtus Pro, 17 for 77, and then a big drop-off for 7 points of Team Spirit. Going down in 4th place, they're able to get 4 eliminations. That is 2 points shy on the day of the century. That is unfortunate. I thought we were going to see it when they were in there late, but that, I don't want to say clumsy rollout, but it felt like it wasn't quite up to the shack enough, because they stopped as well short of the hay bales. Obviously, with the vehicle on fire, you don't want to put it right next to your cover, because it's very likely that it's just going to explode as the sprays just keep coming on in, and it takes you down with it. But I feel like you just go up a little bit closer to the hay bales, you hop out with a little bit more cover, and you have a better time overall. But not to be. 98 points on a day, however, still fantastic.
Files are down for Magnum here on 77. Very, very well done. Ooh, yeah, I think for it's forgivable under the pressure of that circle, and there is a ton of pressure in that circle with how open it is. You can somewhat excuse Matt Kanomi, but there was a different option. However, the rest of their games have been honestly phenomenal. And their win from Milter was probably one of the best games I've seen in a long, long time. So I think they can rest easy from today. It has been a very, very good one. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, you get given the circle. You get given the God compound. There's not much any other team can do from here. But they still are able to pack away a fair few eliminations off the back of it, getting 11.
Yeah, it is nice and tidy for them to add that to their tallies. They want to keep up pace with the teams towards the top. And of course, still towards the higher ends of that table, they are still super volatile in their positions because of the amount of points that have been sponged by Team Spirit today and on day one as well, which means that this curve is looking very, very flat for everybody except for the... I don't even know how much of a lead they have at this stage. It's going to be pretty big as we take a look at their head-to-head from that last match between Virtus Pro, who were in in first place, and 77 in second place. You can see very even across the board.
Yeah, it's very, very similar. Again, I think for 77, they played a very good game there. Unfortunately, just does not go their way in the end, purely because of some slightly more difficult rotations to be made for them than for Virtus Pro.
Let's take a look at our overalls. As 236 it is on a level with what Na'Vi were able to achieve in week one, and they've still got a whole 6 more matches left to play. They are so far ahead now. What is that? Almost 120 points ahead of second place. I mean, it's insane. It's absolutely insane what this team has been able to achieve in week 2, given especially what happened in week 1.
Yeah, it's been a crazy week so far for Team Spirit. I'm super happy for them. I think that they're very happy too with the performance they've been able to put up so far. Fireflux also pleased to be out from that 20th position up towards further in the tables. So overall, it's been a good day for a lot of teams, but mostly for Team Spirit in terms of their 3 chicken dinners and 1 second place into a 4th place as well. What a wild day it's been so far.
Yeah, they were able to get 98 points in the day, which is, I mean, like, that kind of just speaks for itself, right? That is incredible on its own. I think that's what, like a 4th, 5th place, something like that. That is really quite something. As we take a look at our daily winners, the whole first half of today was Team Spirit's ascendancy. 19 eliminations on that second Erangel match as well. Oh, sorry, on the first Erangel match, second match of the day. And really great stuff. They got pretty deep into the other games as well. Coming, what was it, second in the first Miramar, coming 3rd or 4th. It was 4th, wasn't it, in that last Miramar? They have just had, such a belter of a day. It has overshadowed the rest of everybody's stories.
Yeah, it has been so hard to talk about a lot of other teams with the ridiculous performance at the start of the day from Team Spirit so far. I've been hugely impressed by everything that they've done. But yeah, I think tomorrow may be a different story. We never know, because day 4, day 5 for Na'Vi certainly weren't slobber knockers.
No, only one more day to play. But who's the MVP? I bet it's someone from Team Spirit. It's Effect. Okay. It's not Nomi, of course, going down a little bit earlier. Nomi wasn't able to put up the same numbers he was in day 1 and 2, but still, Effect takes that MVP, which means Team Spirit get the call-out match again for the 3rd time this week. They will be taking to the warehouse. 3,500 damage almost, 17 elims today. Effect has been beautifully playing.
Yeah, I think he's had some very good standout performances overall throughout the entirety of the day. Some really good pickups, and to be honest, he's the one player that the team can trust to leave behind as a solo, to hold down the fort a lot of times for the team. Also, that triple nade was unbelievable. I was surprised that even went through, to be honest with you. But see who Team Spirit is challenging for tomorrow. It's Zeus. Let's take an easy $500.
Well, that's what they think anyway. I mean, Zeus, to be fair, have been doing okay. And I think that it's not a team that you can necessarily completely count out. I mean, the roster has been fairly solid in some of their engagements, but in general, that kind of hasn't mattered when you come across Team Spirit in the warehouse. It's just doesn't quite go too well. Make sure that you can stay tuned to all of Team Spirit's shenanigans on our social media channels.
Down below, or PUBG Mobile Europe Official on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Those are all of the social channels that you should be following for updates in the PUBG Mobile rounds area space.
Yeah, generally, that sort of vibe of thing, that's the best place to go for it. For PMSL EMEA, you certainly will be kept up to date nice and quickly. But today has been fantastic. I have really quite enjoyed myself. We got on plenty of fun tangents in the middle of it, as well as Team Spirit were swept aside in a couple of the matches later in the day. Certainly not at the start of the day. And in general, it has been a great ascendancy for them. We'll see if they can continue as the week continues. 2 more days to play and only 1 more for Team Spirit. We'll see you there.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds 1 minute turn.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.